with Scott. I'm Ganji Kid. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is right here and your left ear. In mono again today. And this is, I'm Grave Kipper. That's the channel on YouTube. This is what we're doing today. Oh, it's a combat. Oh, it's a oh, yeah. This is what we're doing today. Oh, it's a combat. Oh, I can be heard. It's a combat. It's a what? It's a what? Hayakunin. I can never read the fucking words. Hayakunin. It's on Inazuma, and it's an Ikki. I don't know what Hayakunin is. It's said that a free-for-all fighting tournament is held in an unknown guild hall near Inazuma City, and that mortals and monsters alike who enjoy combat can take part in it. This tournament is known as Hayakunin Ikki. It's the Ikki tournament from form tag teams of 2 characters. What? And elegantly show off your prowess as a warrior. Oh, all right, I will do. That sounds like fun. That sounds like the sort of shit that's right up my fucking street. So let's go and do it right now. I've been saving it. Done my little commissions, done my piffing about. Been saving it for stream. Let's go do it. Let's just get straight in there and do it. I had a little comment today. I dropped one of, because we're about 2 weeks behind again on the videos on YouTube. Look, Hotsumeru Archon Quest. Hotsumeru Archon Quest. Remember we did the Archon Quest? It did fried my brain a bit because it was like Groundhog Day. It was quite confusing. I was a bit tired even. I even labelled the stream Sumeru Archon Quest.
I'm all for work-life balance, but I think this is pushing it.
And I'm tired. I was tired when I did it. I'm not tired now. I'm a bit, but anyway, someone left a little comment, cheeky comment. The Chuffers. Huh? And I agree with them though. They said you're too tired being negative. You should enjoy the quest. It's actually loads of fun. And I agree with them 100%. Agree. Shall I show you who it said it? Because just quickly show you who said it. I like comments. Devilades. Too much negativity. You shouldn't play this story when you're tired. Fair enough. Give yourself some time to rest. Agree. This quest is amazing and it's done in a way that doesn't feel repetitive at all. Generally, I play Genshin Impact at the weekends, and sometimes, like I said on that episode, I am tired and I just wanted to push on and get it into it and get it done. And the thing was for me, this is our channel. Look, oh, it's coming together with that variety content. I missed words on stream again today. Yep, tired. Doing other things upstairs, bringing another branch to the stream. Upstairs, cheeky secret until it's finished and it works. Not going to brag about it until it works. Another thing for the stream. Anyway, I agree. I might have been tired doing that one. Yeah, and the thing is, for me, what I like.
In adventuring, as in business, you always have to seize the opportunity while it's there.
What I like, right? What I like is to go somewhere for the quest to say, go over there, and when you get there, get your sword out and fucking smash them up. Have a right bash, go on. You can bring Grave Kipper. Rah, she can do that. You can bring Kaching. Rah, she can have a poke. Rosie. Rah. We've even got Candice squad worthy. Not squad, like she's still that lower tier.
I promise to keep you safe.
But she promises to keep us safe, and she's squad worthy. I like to go and have a bit of a pump on the old weapons. So that's what I like. And what happened in that story quest, I'm not apologising. I'm not saying I was right. I'm apologising, saying I was wrong to play tired and get a bit grumpy sometimes. And it will continue to happen sometimes, because I'm just a human being trying to pump as much time into work as possible. And this is my job. But what sometimes might happen is the quest doesn't quite suit me. Like, I like to, like I said, go somewhere, get the sword out of it. Sometimes it's a bit like, oh, we're going to do some talking, and then we're going to do some more talking, and then you can go and do some figuring out and some talking. And then could you go over here and talk to somebody else? And then this person needs some pages from a book and a Sunsetia. And I'm like, when do we get the swords out? Like the story quests.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear.
The story quests are very good, very fun. And we do them on stream, all these story quests. But also, I'm expecting it now. There's a lot of talking going on. And then at the end, you get your sword out and you get to have some fun. But for the main Archon quest, I was surprised that it didn't involve so much combat. Oh, look at that. Isn't she tidy? Neat and tidy. So this is going to be right up my street, isn't it? They're not going to do much talking here. They're just going to say, hello, you're a warrior. Yep. Dazzling figure as ever, he says. This is Kabayuki Ikki. There's another Ikki. A festival. Maybe this has happened before. You know, I'm in year 2 of Genshin Impact. Started late. Haven't seen this before. Monsters, hot-blooded free-for-all, warriors. I get it. I get it. I get it. You don't have to discuss it any further. Exactly. See? I don't even have to discuss it. Take me straight out to the island. Take me out there. Here we are. This is the place. Brilliant. Same rules as always. Once you enter the suspicious-seeming door, you'll be in the tournament venue for this round of Hyokaniki. The rules probably have not changed much. Monsters, adventurers, warriors. Yeah, we've already mentioned this. Feel free to bring your friends and companions. The Hyokan in Hyokiki means the more people the merrier. They record my heroics. Great. And that's it. And then you go in the door, and then you're in the Hikabiki. Where the fuck am I even? Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Where the oh, I pressed it again. Get off. Where even am I? Where even am I? I'm just out here. Have I been here before? Just on a cheeky little island by Inazuma City. I wonder if it always exists or if it just gets popped up for the Hikabiki Nikki. I don't know, but I'm going to go and collect these little boxes before they float away. Huh. There's some birdies. Are there any chests? Cheeky chests? No. There's a bit of an electric drug coming in case I want to fly miles and miles away, which I obviously don't, so I'd stay here. I might have been here, you know. Like, if there was a little island just off the coast, I'd have said, oh, I'll have a look at that. Let's go and have an explore. But, on the other hand, maybe I haven't.
These look surprisingly useful.
Cheeky chest. I knew there'd be a chest. Fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking love it. Right. Toot toot. All aboard for the Chikiki. Toot toot. All aboard for the Chikiki. Right. Challenge opponents. They've all got warnings on them. I don't know what that means. Mora Web Castle. No score recorded. Oh my. It looks like we have some bandits in the mix. Attracted here by the legend of Tenkukin. Whatever the case, the glory of the Gordon Tornado should not be dismissed by this cowardly ilk. It says Golden, but we'll call it the Gordon Tornado. They're just fucking chuffers. Click the button in the top right to view the detailed description. They got like a warning. Sese, you're up. Sese 88. Sese, light on the other side. What's Saisei? What does that mean? Saisei 13th night. What does this even mean? They got names. You're up. 88. Light on the other side. 13th night. It's interesting, but I mean, do I have to care? What I'm supposed to be doing is looking at their Electro Mage. I'm supposed to remember that. That's an Electro, and it's just all the normal stuff. Oh, I fucking can't remember any of it. Right. Normal score, hard score, or extreme. We'll go normal to start with. This is what you can have. Primos. So there's primos. There's primos available. You only need to get 500 for the primos. Fuck that if it's hard. You don't even have to get that. Although I do want it at the moment because I'm trying to grind hard for everything at the moment. They're starting to... Characters have come thick and fast. And... actually, I should check how long the banners... Have they done the new banner yet? No, there's still 1 day on this banner. I still got a day to decide if I want to throw any primos at this or at Venti. And if I fancy it, for 20 primos, I could... sorry, for 20 wishes... For 20 wishes, I've got 20,000 primos. For 20 wishes, I could probably hit Venti on the pity. Or Sino on the pity if I felt strongly enough about it, but I don't really. Not really. Although it does give me a crack at Sayu's Constellation, Candice's Constellation. They're both in my actual squad. And this new chuffer which we got, Could get a constellation for her, and she's probably going to get in the squad as well. She seems quite cool. I base my squad based on who's coolest, so maybe don't risk wishing for Venti, because he's not very cool, is he? I mean, he's kind of cool, but he's not really cool. Signer, I'm 50-50. I'll probably lose the 50-50 and get a Chi-Chi. So, oh, we've got one free wish. Let's pop that, because you only need one free wish to hit a 5-star. Just one free wish and you get the 5-star. Not this time, obviously, but sometimes. Sometimes.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all.
Right.
If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
Okay. You're finished? You're finished doing your talking? I said we get straight into it. 10 minutes I've been talking for. Right, let's go then. I got no idea what's going on. Oh, look. Alright, okay. When it said tag team, I thought what it meant was I was going to go in and automatically be linked with another real player in the world, you know, like co-op. But what it means is for each room, I've got 2 characters. Only 2 characters. Right, I need to have another look at the room. Trial characters, of course, look. Meaning fucking kick-ass chuffers that are all leveled up to the max and kick ass. Trial characters, you want to take them, but this is going to be confusing the fuck out of me. So the first room, I have to write it down on the pen and paper. I'm never going to remember this. Room 1, alert, these chuffers, they're just all normal chuffers. There's an electro in there, but nothing special. Room 2, Electro. I need to beat Electro in room 2 as well. Room 3, I'm going to need to beat Electro and Fire. And room 4, no problems. Everyone's got a bit of Electro in there. So each room needs to be able to beat Electro up. But I think is there like this many rooms? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it 4 rooms? Room 3 looks to be the tough room. There's a pyro agent in that one. I don't fucking know what's going on. Room 3 seems to be the one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6. What the fuck? Secret art. I don't know what's going on. Oh, you can put 2 things in, look. You can give them each an art. Oh my god. If you choose the wrong squad, though, you're going to get killed because you're not going to have the right people. So, first one... Right, okay. The first one... The fourth one I was worried about. Because it had the bad chuffers in it. So, in the fourth one, I'm going to put my best chuffer. And another really good chuffer. And in the first one, I'm going to put their best chuffer. And another really good chuffer. I don't fucking know. This is really confusing for me, having all these options. Number 2, I'll go with you. And I don't really want to use Electro, do I? Because there's going to be a lot of Electro flying around. But I'll take you. You can have... Klee's good, isn't she? And... when you get Klee going on, I suppose Sucrose can make some swirly swirls. And then we've got 2 more rooms, and we've got 2 more of these good characters. So one of them in there, and one of them there. And to compensate for them being a bit weird and rubbish, we'll have one of these, and we'll have... one of these. And I feel like I'm going to get my head kicked in. Anyway, for... this squad, I should think more carefully about this, but I can't get my head around it until we run through it a few times to see what's going on. This squad could have elemental damage, vacuum field. The vacuum field one is you, Sucrose. That's vacuum field. Because you have teams without characters or secret. No. I just want to put that. Equip. There, you see? Like that. Because Sucrose vacuum field, isn't it? That's what she does. Trigger a swirl. Well, that's Sucrose as well. So what are you getting? You're getting elemental damage, rippling field, hydro damage. Hydro damage isn't you, is it? I've got a hydro team. This team. Equip. What about you? Dendro cores. Equip. I hate this. It's too confusing. I don't know what's going on. You build this up. Like, you build this up. Don't throw it to me all at once like this. I can't. Like, give me just 2 and give me a couple of these and let me get used to working it and then build it up a bit. Don't just throw me in at the deep end like this. What the fuck? I have to try and compensate. That, you can have that. Yeah, look, you can have that. And you can have that, whatever that is. And then, what? Why have you not got any? Well, it doesn't matter. You can have fervor, pyro damage. That can go there. You can have electro damage. And who are you? You're also Dendro, aren't you, little chuffer? You can have that. And you can have wet boy damage or something. I don't care. You can have that. I'm bored of it now, choosing to slow. That and this. You can have. Go on then. Did you get no hydro bonus? You don't. I'm not got any hydro. Useless, mate. It's fucking useless. Fervor, physical damage, crit damage, elemental mastery, crit damage. Go on. Oh, sorry. Let's remove that one. Give you crit damage instead. It doesn't matter, does it? Really? It won't make a huge difference. I bet if you tweak that and fiddle with it, you can really get some good, you know, major outcomes going on, but who's got the time to do that when you want to get into the combat? Right, here we are then. I assume, yeah. I did assume it would just be fucking loads of these chuffers. I didn't realise they'd all disappear very quickly. Like, they're all getting melfed. Completely melfed. They're dead, like, dead in seconds.
We shall prevail! Flee!
Absolutely dead in seconds. There's a meter on top. I don't know what it means.
Perfect distance.
These guys are not getting melfed. They won't die. These team's combat capabilities have been greatly decreased. What? Oh, I see. Now I have to tag team.
Let's nip that in the bud.
Right. I have to get them all on go. Oh, so they're all in all the time. It's like swapping characters, look. Watch this. I wasted a load of time then, but you just get them.
One with the forest.
Right, I'm just gonna fucking annihilate everyone, look. It's one of these. Right, tag team. And then do this.
Animal test 6308.
Everyone's fucking dead again.
Don't break my glasses.
Don't break her glasses. Fucking dickheads.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Lights out.
Oh look, she's still alive. Fucking messing me about.
What a nuisance.
Another test.
I don't know what's going on really though. Right, tag team.
Hold the line.
Do that. Go on, you chopper.
Of the deep. Terminate.
Do that as well, you chopper. They're all on the outside of the circle, the dickheads. Right, get in the circle. So I can sort of...
Lucky day.
Allow me. Fly. Polinova, help. You're toast.
It's your lucky day. It's fucking my lucky day, chuffer. I've got everyone. I've got a tag team party, everyone. Like, everyone gets involved.
Hi. Just like we rehearsed.
Burn.
No, I can just axe everyone down.
Flee!
There's still a whole minute of this left. I'm surely I've got a good score.
Yield!
Let's get down to business. Now yes! Time for retribution!
Hear my prayer!
Enshroud! I hear everything!
Right, everyone dead.
Don't blink! Cut to the chase!
Poof. I'll wait till it tells me to switch.
Speed of light! Hey!
Let's nip that in the bud.
Poof.
One with the forest.
Nowhere to hide.
Yeah, I need to tag.
Incoming.
Oh, it's clear now. It's clear and collie. Clear and sucrose.
Absorption test.
Just firing off my things. Can't see any baddies. Right, there we are.
Animal hyperstasis emulation.
I'm just sucking them in.
Blazing delight.
Sucking them off to their death.
Rain outlines your fate. Let
This is
me
the
read you
shit
a
team
verse.
now. No, it'll be good for this. Silver medal, look. That's not good enough. Try again. But now I know what's going on. I can arrange my teams differently, can't I? Hello, Kappa Yukibuki Ikki. It's quite a good thing you've got going on here, isn't it, in this little door? I don't appreciate the little door in the middle of nowhere. I think that's rubbish, but it's quite a good thing you've got going on. Could have at least brought a boat, couldn't they? They could have brought a boat and said, oh, it's the boat. And on the boat you have the competition, so get on the boat, and then you go on the boat and it's in like the belly of the boat or something. Like, just door to nowhere. I'm not happy with that. In fact, if we've got these doors to nowhere, shouldn't the traveller be involved? Because they could be using these to try and get home. Isn't this how, if people are travelling in doors to nowhere, can we set one up to get me home? How'd you set this door up, Ikki? It's fucking cool though. It's not quite as cool as being overpowered like that, like being able to make people go poof. I actually prefer the boss fights where it's a bit more, you know, try and evade things, try not to die, make sure you try and do your damage when you can. I actually prefer that to that, because making him just go poof. Mind you, I didn't make him go poof enough, did I? There was a bit of a moment in that where I didn't switch my team and I didn't know what was going on. But I've got the good things. Just that left over. Let's just carry on through them and I'll go back to that if I need to later on. I might even put this hard score multiplier on because it wasn't too hard, was it? Let's see what it looks like on hard mode. Right, so the monsters will change, but I could change my squads, and as I change through my squads, it doesn't matter. I could just keep going, can't I? So I've got Blaze, Hydro, Pyro, Animo, Cryo. There's all the different things. Dendro, Electro, Pyro, Electro. There's all the different things. Cryo as well again. So what am I needing? All the different things, I suppose. Like, it's not like, oh, don't take Electro, because Electro will still be good against the Cryo, won't it? But in that first lineup, I suppose just more universal appeal. We'll see what it gives me as well, because it'll give me some characters, won't it? Oh, it's these truffers again, and it's that's my same squads. Right, now I can fuck with the squads. Oh, no, they're not the same squads. Things have changed. Right, how do I unsquad people? Fuck. I want to reset it all. Is there yeah, reset. 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 So, without actually having a good think about what my opponents are going to be, I want to team up two people whose effects together kick off nicely together, because we can use all the specials. So I want to go in there and kick off all the special effects all together. Now, the first thing you'd do is you choose your buff characters, wouldn't you? Like, Benny does a buff, but he's too rubbish. Get him out of there. But, so I'm not doing that. Who else does buffs and stuff that's ongoing? No one really will be long enough ongoing to last through the different waves, will they? So, maybe shields. in wave 1. You know, you pop on your shield. Don't see Noelle getting in this lineup really myself. I don't know what she does, Yanfei. I don't know how, you know, how she plays. I'm a bit concerned that we're going to have... Well, I suppose I can always switch out to the other squad if we've got the wrong people on. So, for that reason, I'm going to go with... I know you're a healer as well, so the healer can come further down the list, can't they? Like, we can pop a healer in down here, for example. Not that we'll need one. It's so confusing having to do... Just 2 or 3 would have been enough. Like, 6 of them is a hard thing to try and work out in my brain. Like, there's a lot to juggle, isn't there? There's a lot of options, a lot of different choices I could make. I'm going to start with Candice and make everything wet. Does that help with the pyro, or does it fuck up the pyro? Tell you what it does work with. It works nicely with the Dendro, doesn't it? I'll have you two to start with. A bit of wet and a bit of shenanigans. And then we'll go into electro damage and pyro damage. And I'll try that chuffer. And following that, we've got a real chuffer here. A big chuffer. If things are not going well, we switch to the big chuffer. And if we're smashing people up with his big chuffing effects... What else do you need, really? You know, he's the main one for that, isn't he? So, support, if anything, isn't it? It's support. Like, Lisa's effect might support it quite nicely. I don't know if she's got the proper book on, actually. Don't know what book she's using. That's an issue. Like, he's going to be swinging his big sword around... And I'm going to keep on him, and I want an ongoing effect sort of to be going on around him, don't I? So maybe you. Fire and ice. Sorry, yeah, fire and water, like spinning discs of water around him at the same time. I like the idea that she sucks everyone off into the big circle, like Death Whirlpool. And at the same time, you can turn it into a bit of a circle of death, can't you? So who else has got circle of death? It would either be Lisa, Electro Circle, or Rosie. I think might be nice for that. You could do Fire Circle of Death, but I'm going for Frozen Circle of Death, leaving 2 teams, and I've still got some quite good characters to slot in here. So Klee can help, and she can go along with either a Wet or a Dendro. Dendro will be explosive. I'm going to throw her in with... Like, Wet Boy's thing is ongoing, isn't it? I'll throw in with Wet Boy. Classic team. And then, finally, it'll be these 2, I guess. Leaving out any of my damage dealers. Sayu and Razor, they deal damage for me. Leaving out Sayu and Razor. Let's have a look at the skills, then. Got new skills, so I can confuse me with even more. I just don't care exactly. You know, it's not hugely... Unless it's going to take me to gold, makes the big difference. It's not huge to me, this isn't. It's just extra stuff. But I've got something in Dendro. Have you got a Dendro one here? What's that? Burning opponent. After characters trigger burning on opponents, those opponents will have their res decreased. So you want to start with that, if anything, don't you? Reduce all the res. Oh, no, because everything just goes poof anyway. Doesn't it? Doesn't really matter. Hydro damage. Although actually, I like the hydro damage one for that, actually. Deal damage using Dendro Cores. A shockwave will be unleashed. When characters deal damage to opponents using Dendro Cores. So first of all, you have to make the Dendro Cores, and then you electrify them, and that does the damage. So that's really an Electro-Dendro team trait. I don't really have one of those. Characters who trigger the bloom reaction will... Oh, fuck. Equip that. Equip that. There's 2 more left, so... Normal attacks, energy. Go on then, equip that. And then finally... 80% charged attack and increased resistance to interruption. I don't really use charged attacks that much, but you can have it then. And secondaries, pyro damage bonus will go here. cryo damage bonus will go here. Well, no, do I really want those specific, or do I just want mastery and... attack damage dealt. Crit damage. Attack. 60% attack, fucking hell. Physical damage. I haven't really got anyone for the physicals left. Could go for a damage bonus, just whatever. See, this part is slow, and oh, hello, Capital K. Have I missed you? I've missed everyone, really. I've not been on for a couple of days, have I? Have I? I don't know. I feel a bit confused in my own brain about how long and how not long I've been on the internet. Certainly been on the internet playing a few games, and I've been upstairs setting up the stream upstairs more, tidying up the room, setting up the decks. Discovered that the deck, I got a little mixer, a little cheeky, not expensive, little cheeky mixer. Not in the modern age yet with the CD decks and the computer decks and all that. Not in the modern age, still on the vinyl, but got a cheeky little mixer so it all works. And then I put the records on and it sounds awful, and it's because the needles have just sat there rotting for years, so I've had to order some new needles. But it's all, you know, we're going to unveil it very soon. The new, I don't know if everyone's going to give a shit, but I'll be able to just basically play vinyl records on stream, either for music appreciation or slamming dirty club music streams, which people just have to choose whether they want to watch it or not. How have you been? How have you been, more importantly? More importantly, how have you been? I miss everyone and not used to. Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. I wasn't very... The last stream we did, I wasn't very interactive either. We did Mental Health Monday, World Mental Health Day, Suicide Awareness, so I just like wasn't very interactive. And then the one before when we did Thus, I wasn't interactive on that either, was I? Tell you what, you'd know about more than me that I've been looking into is this John. I don't know why you. I don't mean you'd know about it. I mean because you're American, not because you're a child murderer, but because I've been looking into John Bennett Ramsey. I've been looking into a bit of John Bennett Ramsey. Someone asked me about it, and I've been looking into it. It's 20 years old now, isn't it? A bit late in the I'm a bit late on the story for that, but Americans, it's like the American Madeleine McCann, isn't it? Let's not get into that now. How have you been? Are you alright, yeah? Everything going well? Yeah. You're sick at the moment. That's not fun. Yeah. Hope it's not the horrible COVID. Or I hope you just feel better in general. She's got a croissant on her head there. Your croissant. She's got a croissant there on her hip. And down at the very end of her clothes there, whatever they are, clothes, I don't know what you call it, like a cape. At the very bottom by her shoes, she's got two little croissants just dangling off there.
I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes, even when it looks futile.
There you go. Have a bit of this.
Grant us your blessing. Do your worst.
You're actually putting up some resistance now because I said it's a hard mode, didn't I?
Yield.
What's going on? Hang on. This chuffer.
Do your worst.
You're still alive.
We shall prevail.
Don't blink.
Tag team.
Sword from shadow. Inadmissible evidence. Motion to compel.
Motion to compel? It's little Ally McBeal, isn't it?
Speed of light.
Inadmissible evidence. I'm glad we didn't pull that character.
Boom, boom.
I wouldn't have to. Inadmissible evidence. Oh. Oh, that was it. I wanted to talk to Snips about. She went to the Chuffing. Look at this. She went to the Chuffing TwitchCon. She met a Chuffer dressed up as this Chuffer.
Cascade.
Look at him doing that.
Nice and spicy. Eat this!
Kamisato Ari. Suyu.
He's so fucking cool.
Be still.
Don't take any shit, does he?
Swirl, Mark 2. Punishment.
Forgot to switch the tag team then. Fucked it up a bit.
You can't run. Like
4 seconds and then the tag team's done.
Hypostasis emulation.
Switch tag team. Oh, hello. I quite like switching the tag team and then it turning into the next team. It's pretty fucking cool. If only we could do some killing.
La la la. Rain cutter.
He is nearly dead.
Blow them all up. Woo.
That was a short blast on this team. They were rubbish. That's the rubbish team. And then this is the even more rubbish team.
Billowing surge. Golden amber.
Carly and Amber, help. And this is just rubbish. Getting it done though. Come on, do your special. There you go.
Bring refuge. Fly. Just like we rehearsed.
Shit.
Flee.
There's a dendro over here, look. Little chuffer.
Do your worst. Hear my prayer.
Propagate. Don't blink. Incinerate. Time for your arraignment.
Can we get through that shield?
With sword comes shadow. Hey! Boom boom!
Failing a bit here. Come on.
Let's
do your big special.
Incoming.
Escape.
There we go. We've got this chuffer on now. Where's all the specials gone? Not so good when the specials aren't pumping, are they? There you go. Come on, chuff these chuffers up. Combat decreasing. Silver medal. Made it harder. Didn't make it better. I mean, that was about the level that I wanted, where they put up some resistance. They don't just go poof. But didn't get any higher than the silver medal. Don't really mind. Don't really mind. We're only leaving behind. We can always go back to it, and we're only leaving behind a few bits of rock. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure I've got some teams in that weren't as effective as they needed to be, maybe, but no, I'm only leaving behind 6 of those, so I can always come back if I need to grub up these. I can always run around it again, try hard to get the gold, but we've got 2 days to unlock the rest of it, so let's do the next one. This will be interesting, all these machines. Ruin destroyers, ruin guards, just all ruin stuff. Mr. Cyclops and his friends. Oh, now it's going to make me wonder if I'm going to wish on the banner. It's going to make me wonder about the banner now, isn't it? It's going to make me think about this banner. Look who it is. Bit of the big dog. The big dog. Oh, I might want the big dog. We'll see how he looks. So we're doing ruin things, and each time we want one big... Okay, I'm getting to feel it now. I'm getting to feel it a bit more. Each team, we want one big damage DPS person and one supporty person, don't we? That's what we really want. Oh, I've got my own razor. Can I have him twice? No, I can't have him twice. I'll use theirs and see what theirs is like. I think I'm doing this wrong. I might be doing it right. I might be doing it wrong. I'm going to put my own Chi-Chi in there. I should take my own Sucrose. She's not very tough. And I'm leaving their Poema, Fire Girl. I'm leaving her on the table as well to take my own little ninja. Yeah, fuck it. It doesn't really matter that much, does it? We just get it done. We'll get it done. Configure skills. Right. New talents. All energy, charge, damage, all sorts of stuff. Very confusing for me. I'm just going to put... Hang on. I'm just going to put one in each. And I'm not going to be too fussy. And then we'll just go with the big ones for the big chuffers, won't we? Like maximum attack. Actually, I want that one here. Fine. Or maybe, right, maybe I could be doing these as like 2 electros, 2 cryos, 2, you know, maybe doing them that way. I don't know if I'm getting this. Oh shit. I have to just wait for that to charge up again. Don't know if I'm getting this right. I'll tell you what, they've given him a different staff. Already I can see, look, they've given him a different staff. Now that looks like Nahidia's staff. I've recently seen a little teaser that makes it look like Nahidia uses a chuffing catalyst. If she does, I won't be pleased. But that looks like it's a very dendro-based staff, doesn't it? That doesn't look like his staff. He's got no shoes on, of course. He's got like half socks, so that always puts me off. But he's a bit of a chuffer. He's a bit of a strong chuffer. So let's see how strong this chuffer is. Watch.
Nowhere to run. Through me, justice is served.
He's doing some chopping, smashing.
Their penance is due.
Right, look at that, he's smashed through everyone.
Sacred name, fortune preserve.
Futile.
Have I run out of chopping puff yet, or what?
Judgment is upon you. Guilty.
Have a bit of that. Tag team. Really need to get Collie involved, don't I, before I do this. I should have done these the other way around. When do I change party? 4 seconds. Tag team. Oh, he's dead. Fuck. I fucked that up. I was looking at the buttons. So I was like, where's tag team button? Where's T?
Nowhere to hide. With sword comes shadow.
Actually,
Speed of light.
she's getting hurt as well, isn't she?
Incinerate! Breath of the flame! Ninjutsu! Sparks and flash! Boing, boing, boom! At the right pan, into the fire! You're toast! Let me weave you a verse. Punishment!
Okay.
You can't run! Shiver! Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter!
Do these skills carry on? Do I still have... No, I just don't have my rain cutter anymore.
Nowhere to run!
But I could be cycling through my teams quicker. Oh, Razor's dead, Razor's dead, right.
Propagate! Incoming! Nowhere to hide. Motion to compel. Time for your arraignment. Gotta dash.
Oh shit. Go one more special, won't we? Come on.
Incinerate!
Have a bit of that. Bronze medal. That wasn't very good, was it? That was the worst. Might have to come back and think about this a bit more. You're gonna consume animal carcass. Enjoy the archaic desecration of flesh. Or your dinner. That's your dinner. Have a nice dinner. I feel about this. It's quite good. It's quite good actually. I do think it's good. It's one of the better events. It's like a hyper, like, you know, we've already got the Abyss, but it's like the Abyss turned up a bit, isn't it? Hyper Abyss. They do give you the extra characters to mess about with, so that is fun. Now that I know what I'm doing, I think if I sat down and thought through these buffs and the way the teams roll through, I think I might be able to really get some power and damage going. Certainly with the Dendro and the Quicken, and the idea that you might go, you might start Dendro, then Hydro. But each team wants to be on the field a little bit doing some damage, don't they? And I don't know if the effects pass over to the next team, but you might want to go Dendro, Hydro, Electro. Pyro, Electro at the end. I don't have a lot of Geo, I don't really roll a lot of Geo, but Geo might be useful as well, mightn't it, in this? Some more interesting ones to come. Happy with that. Not going to have to push too hard there, I'm just happy with it. So thanks Kabayuki Ikki. That was good. Thanks. Got all the primos, so now everything else is a bonus to me. I like the way they do that. I'd rather not have the big reward, the primos, on the gold one. Oh, that'd be tough. But, you know, if I want to come and smash those again, which I probably will do the next time round when we get a bit more used to it. It'll be gone in 10 days anyway, but I might go and grab those at some point. I'm just happy with that. And that pushes our primo tally up to 20k. 478. 20,478. So we could actually afford a couple of wishes here and there. I'm tempted to go on the banner again for the weapons, because I like that stuff. I'm also tempted to maybe hit... I mean, he wasn't that amazing. He wasn't that amazing. He hasn't got any shoes on. Venti, I'm not. But I also know now that the next banner coming up in 1 day, 22 hours, Yoima, I'm not going to be interested in either. So unless she gets paired up with... not Yoima, sorry. Wet Yoima. The dancer. Unless she gets paired up with Chuffing Hu Tao, I'm going to skip another banner. So I've actually got a few wishes that we could theoretically throw around. Being free to play, as we are. Money spent 0-0. Put it up on the screen there. Being free to play, as we are. I've been saving these wishes. 28k guarantees us a wish all the way from 0 pity all the way to failed pity and go again. 28k is the guarantee for that. And I've basically got that in the bank there now. So I might just leave them, save up a load more wishes, and then be frivolous with the next lot that I save up. But keep them knowing that whenever something good comes around, we can have a good crack at it. I think that's a good way to look at that. I've been grinding up my characters a little bit. Just give you a quick lowdown from the high ground. Like I said, my Candice is now 70 of 70. Her talents are 6s. Her weapons are 70 of 80. She's basically there. Even her artifacts are not that bad. They're not special. These things, I was going for Blizzard Strayer, and I get these instead. At the same time as, you know, you go for Blizzard Strayer and you get these instead. But I've put them on her. They seem to fit nicely. A couple of those are on the way to being leveled up. That's quite a nice one, isn't it? Attack, crit rate, defense, HP. It's nearly perfect. But she's got this bottle, the Wanderer's String Kettle, hydro damage bonus, plus crit rate, HP, attack, and of course her specials scale off HP. So that is the perfect thing for her. It's hydro damage bonus, which is her kind of damage. It increases her crit rate and her attack and her HP, which increases her attack. Hello, Cruel. Nilu and Albedo. Albedo. Oh, right. Working on the side. Fair play. Thanks for being here. If you really want Vente, a couple of minutes Vente on his trial and then give it 20 wishes and try it. Yeah, there could be. I'm on the edge. I'm on the edge with Vente. He is an Archon. He is an Archon. The Dendro Archon's coming as well, though, you see. Like, I haven't got any other... Who have I got that's big? Who have I got that's big? I've got no one Archon here, have I? I've got no one, like... No one big. These are my big chuffers. She's dead. She's moody. That's the Traveller. And that's Klee. I've got Klee. She's big. She's not an Archon big, though. Yeah, maybe I could put an Archon in the squad. Maybe could I have 2 Archons. I do feel, you know... I do feel like Vente's been a good chuffer. He's been a main chuffer. He's been in the game, like, all the way through, hasn't he? He's been a main chuffer. He's been a good chuffer. But... I'm still like... He's a bow. I like swords. Like, I've already got one wet boy. And this is a wet boy without being wet, isn't he? Like, wearing his little corset. Like, I don't like the way he's dressed. He's very androgynous, I'll say that. So that's fine if you want to dress like that. But for me, like, you know, for me taking him and putting him in my team, he's not like... He looks a bit feeble. He's got that Lyra de Himmel, which annoys me because he broke it. You see, there's negatives with Vente. There's negatives. I might just leave him. The thing is, though, if you do throw a couple of these in there, like, it'll feel like... Let's say I throw 10 wishes at it and I get Vente. There'll be a double-edged sword of it putting my pity down to 0 and me going, oh, yay, but oh. Yay, but oh. And I've got to level him all up. I'd be just as happy if I rolled on that as getting an extra Sayu or a Candice, to be honest. Which is what's making me feel like, oh, just maybe, you know, keep the wishes in the bank for another time, maybe. I wonder whether Vente will come round. I think Vente's bound to come round again at some point, isn't he? Because he's one of these main chuffers. So he is bound to come round again at some point. I get the feeling. But he is a main chuffer. Oh, it's like a decision, isn't it? And if I'm umming and ahhing over it, then that makes me think I shouldn't do it, because I haven't got the resources to just sort of throw around, have I really? They feel like I have at the moment, but the minute we go for a good banner, suddenly I'm down primo poor again. And then suddenly it's like, you know... His burst will just make easy game normal mobs on the Overwatch, so the harder trials you always have an emergency plan. And everyone will come back and back, yeah. I think we leave it. I'm certainly not interested in wishing for Albedo. Or am I wishing for Albedo? No, I'm not wishing for Albedo, am I? I'm not wishing for the dancer. I've already got Barbara. We haven't leveled her up. Yeah, I feel comfortable with the squad. Because, I mean, at the moment as well, I'm pushing for Ascension of... Wrong button. I'm pushing for Ascension of Candice. I'm pushing for Doritos to get up in the squad. And they're being followed up by Kuki Shinobu. We got Goru we haven't even looked at the other day. Now, I've got my sort of free-to-play version of... Like, let's say, for example, the new banner, you've got a new Electro Stonker. Well, I've got her, and I've got her, didn't I? So I got, like, the B side of it. I got the free-to-play version. And you got Venti on the banner. Ooh, but I got a Goru. Where is he, the chopper? He's got a bow. He's different. I'm not leveling him up. So, like, I've got a couple of characters down here that I could be leveling, but on my priorities list, I've still got Fischl crying at the gate.
I created another universe and founded paradise.
Right, and Barbara, I'd actually and Benny, I'd quite like to get those three actually up into the main squad, as well as Ningguang, Kuki, they're on the next list. So it's not like I don't have characters to level. You know, it's not like I'm thirsty for characters at this moment. We put Sucrose on as well, didn't we? We've got her up to 80 of 80, and we're yet to sort of like she's Animo. So like, I'm covering some of these bases with my free-to-play shenanigans. Said shenanigans twice this stream now. But I feel good about our character list at the moment, so maybe I don't burn the primos.
These bombs, so heavy.
And having said that, I've been just putting a bit of grind into some talents, you know, nothing special. Just making sure that everyone's up to their top bins. She's on 4s, but I do have a load of these if I want to use them. I've just been putting a bit of grind into hitting domains and getting talents leveled up. And weapons as well. I got a load of stuff for the sword. Because remember, we got the sword. Oh, the sword. 5-star sword. But it's not hers, is it? But got some of these for this. So I've got a lot of places to spend. I haven't got enough of this now, you see. So I've got a lot of places to spend the fucking more, and so I've only just leveled up somebody else's weapon, haven't I, recently? Just leveled up Candice's weapon. So if I want, I could be big spender and like run out of all more materials. So getting another character, having to level up another sword, another weapon, it's all a bit excess for me at the moment, I think. And I got this, I haven't even started to level that. And I thought that was going to be Nahidia's weapon, and it looks like she might be a fucking catalyst. It's looking like she might be a catalyst. If she is, I'll roll with the punches. You know, I don't want her to be a catalyst. Klee's a catalyst, you can say that. Klee actually throws out bombs, though. Like, Lisa's a catalyst, and she goes, whoa, and then the electricity just appears. And, like, Barbara's a catalyst, and she goes, whoa, and it's wet. And then, who else is a good catalyst? Ningguang. She can actually make a wall appear. Like, Ningguang might be a good catalyst, but, like, there's that... You're not hitting people with your catalyst, are you? I got the Wolf Claymore. You didn't see that? We pulled that. You don't have it. I'd swap it for you. I'd give it, if I could, I'd transfer it to your account now. I don't care, even though I've just put that... If you want it that bad, I would... Honestly, if you tell me if there's a system, I will transfer that to your account now. I don't care to have it that much. It's a... Don't want to make you feel bad because of saying it. Obviously, I haven't got loads of stuff you've got probably, but this popped out. It was on one of the last couple of streams we did. Oh, there's no trading. Right, well, there you go. I get to keep it. But honestly, I would have transferred that to you just like that, happily done. Because I don't have a character... Like, it's not perfect for any of my characters, is it? It's Deluxe Sword. I mean, I'm going to put it on her eventually. You know what I'm like. It's just about costume. So she's going to get it eventually, but it doesn't quite match her dress. And the pink bow. I'd prefer it if her rose and pink was a bit more red. And then it would all match. But yeah, I pulled that. And what happened was, the funny fucking thing was, I had one free wish, didn't I? I had one free wish. Just like on this episode, I said, oh, I've got one free wish, so I just popped that, and I did a joke. I did my funny joke. I said that, you know, I'll just pop this one wish, and then I'll get something brilliant for the edit. Oh, this is how you get a 5-star. You only need one wish. And I said it, and I got it. It was on one of the last couple of streams. Although the last couple of streams, there have been some fuck-ups with Twitch where we got binned off for no reason because the servers went down, so I hope it's in there somewhere. But yeah, pulled that on just a random one-wisher. And I felt a bit bad at the end of it, because I was like, you know, when it said 5-star, I thought this is going to be really good. It's going to be a character. I might get Jean. And then I got a sword, and I was like, well, it's a sword. Like, it's good because I've got a 5-star sword. And then I looked at it, and I looked at my characters, and I thought, this isn't right, is it? Why have I got this? I mean, it increases attack, and it increases all party members' attack, so I like that. But that means you have to have this in your squad on a character. So if you need a Claymore character in your main squad, and the only Claymore character I've got that's main squad, you know, we're talking a DPS slot or a healer slot, aren't we, really? So I've got Wolfie. Like, he could rock it. But it's too straight for him, and it's the wrong colour scheme. And it kind of works, but it's a bit... It matches his eyes, I'll give him that. And it's got Wolf written on it, but it doesn't quite fit, does it? But Wolfie could make a comeback into my team now. With that, when we level the sword up. Or it could be this chuffer. With a debate club. Which I've neglected to enhance because it's a 3-star. But that doesn't really suit her, does it? It just doesn't. It just doesn't look right. It's the wrong colour, it's the wrong style. Yeah, doesn't suit her. So I haven't got the right character for it, have I? Maybe Wolfie can have it. Maybe. But I'll have to level them up. I'll have to level the sword up. So that's where we're at with my characters at the moment. I'm happy with everyone. Everyone's been getting slightly stronger. The Candice and the Doritos. And this chuffer actually. She's due an ascension, look. Have a bit of that, I saved it for stream. She's now 70 of 80. And there's a free wish. So this is how you do this. Can you get 2 of those wolf swords? Can you get 2 of those wolf swords? You can, can't you, I bet. This is how you do this. I'm going to press this one wish now, and I'm going to get a second wolf sword that I don't want. 5-star wolf sword. Ooh! It nearly was then. You fucker! It's as close as. Why did I say it? It's as close as. I don't want that. It's a claymore. It's the closest thing you can get to a wolf sword. It's the game having the piss out of me without giving me another 5-star just to make a joke out of. That's the closest thing I could get to another shit sword that I don't want with one wish. Right. Fuck. I've already got one for starters. She's got it. Doritos has got it. Yeah, look, she's got it. And it goes purple when you level it up, look. Oh, look, I've got another 2 down there. I've got 2. I've got loads of them. But you see how it goes purple when you level it up? I fucking love that. I impressed. Because I put it in her hands, and I initially said it doesn't quite suit her because it's blue. But, you know, it's quite close to suiting her. It's got curves and, like, the hair and the style and everything match. There's a lot of similarity. It goes well in her hands. We'll just say that. Leveled it up, it's gone purple. Now it fucking suits, doesn't it? She can have that. I don't care about the effects. Elemental skills, bleh, whatever. It's a good sword in her hands. That looks right. I've got 2 of these now. 2 extras. And I've got a white blind, which are crafted. Which still hasn't been leveled up. I've got loads of claymores, mate. I've got claymores coming out of the rumpole. I just don't have the right claymores for the right people. And I got that chuffing thing now. I got this. What am I going to do with this? Who's going to have that? If Nahidia doesn't rock a claymore, I'm going to be well fucked off. So does that mean I need another claymore character who would suit a white blind? Oh, it's good for her effects as well, is it? Good. Good. In that case, that's her sword. Like, they must think like this. Someone else, it might not have been you because you didn't see the claymore, but someone, I think it was Juzzy, said that that's Diluc's sword. Like, the red sword. And it makes sense to me. You know, he's Diluc, he's red. That sword's red. I mean, they've tied it with the Wolf Boy as well, I guess, because you're more likely to get a Wolf Boy than you are a Diluc, but I think it's Diluc's sword, isn't it? That can be her sword, can't it? It's the right colour. If you're telling me the effect is good for her, which I don't really, you know, for me it's all about attack, isn't it? But energy recharge, if she's a healer and she's recharging that energy for a repeated using her effect, yeah, it's good. That's it at 74 of 80. They still need to give us the ability to transmog it though, because like that glowing turquoise should be glowing with the colour of her eyes or the pink. Like, I don't want the glowing turquoise on it, but other than that, like when you spin it round so you can't see the glowing turquoise as much, it really does suit her. That's her sword anyway, yeah. Actually, now I think about it, I wonder what white blind would look like at level. Like, maybe that'll go purple as well. Maybe this green one will go blue. I don't know. Leave it in the sun too long. I've got a Favonian greatsword that went fucking shiny blue turquoise. Started out like that, suited Noelle properly, and then it went funny. Left it out in the sun too long. I wonder if they all change when you level them up. Energy generates free energy each time you hit an enemy, so double energy, double the free energy, and go brew. Okay. I just think I like attack and I like it to look nice. Razor's currently got the prototype archaic. It's got 500 attack on it with an increased multiplier of 27% attack. Like, that's a sword, and it's got a big nice curve on it, and it's the same colour scheme as his clothes, including a little tassel with the colour of his hair and his eyes mirrored in it. It just, that lovely. It's even got a little red vein there down there that matches his eyes. That's a good sword for him. Love it. Very happy with that. I'm spending too long doing this now for the stream. This is actually some stuff I do in my brain when I'm looking at my characters. I really enjoy this part of it. The prototype Rancor suits her for different reasons, but similar reasons. Actually suits her. It actually goes well. The tassel could be a different colour, but I like that. Tell you who's got the best though. Hasn't she got the best? Look. Ooh, isn't that a nice sword? And can you get it out of her hands? Absolutely not now. That's her sword. Traveller's still having to sit around wielding that fillet blade. So we need to get a better weapon for Traveller. I've been doing my talents for Traveller as well, trying to get Traveller's talents all the way up. The old Grave Kipper. But yeah, there's some really cool weapons in the game, and some of them really suit the characters so much. I'm well impressed with that, the more and more I think about it. It's got cool effects. It looks cool. He's not musical, he's book boy, but you could imagine he plays a flute. Little wet boy playing a flute. He's not going to carry around like an oboe, is he? So, I'm pleased that her sits well in her hands, but again, it doesn't quite match. It hasn't gone purple. And I like the iron sting on her. Like, just iron sting, cold. Feels right, doesn't it? So I've got some that really, really happy with. The Debate Club as well. The Debate Club's a really good weapon for a character. Like, in terms of story and character and style. It's just not the best weapon in the world. Base attack of 300. Oh. Don't want to pump any more materials into that. Nah. But I could. I might have to. I might have to take that up to 90 just because I took it all the way up to 80. So Gonna have to keep grinding, and eventually I hope that whilst... This is why I'm so tempted by this weapon banner. More than anything, more than Venti actually, I'm tempted by the weapon banner because I know that I might not get the weapon I want, and I know that some of these, like that lance there, doesn't appeal to me, and that sword, I might already have one like that. I think I've already got a Favernian warbow, and I don't think this bow quite suits my characters that I have, but knowing that I might get something I'm not... Like Diluc sword, I might get Diluc and be like, yes, I've got the two. Like, I do like that staff, and I just think weapons are a bit harder to come by in my playthrough. Maybe we need to do a few more quests and stories to get a few more... We'll do something else now. We'll do one of these stories or a quest or something, because there was a... Also, check this out. Check this out. This blew my mind. This absolutely blew my mind. I got given a mask. At the end of one of the quests, Kuki Shinobi or someone gave me a mask. Like one of the people, I don't remember who it was. Some chuffer. I think it might have been Yaimiko. Some chuffer gave me a mask anyway. And it was in my inventory. It was in my bag for ages. It was over here in my bag, and I accidentally clicked on it because I was clicking on things that were new and what were they called? Things for my teapot and recipes. I was clicking on those, and I accidentally clicked on the mask, and it used it. And I was like, what? It used the mask. Hello, you. Shut up, you, not you. This chuffer. Let's just obtain those. Going for the cheap ones. Oh, running out of materials. Oh, I can now make this. Talking of weapons. What the fuck? The Hakushin ring. I'll give you a Hakushin ring in a minute. I've got all the materials. Like, I'm gonna be making this, aren't I? I don't care whose hands it ends up going in. I don't care if I need the materials for something else, or if maybe the amber... I think I made one of those as well the other day, and I haven't leveled it up yet or anything. Like, I'm not a big fan of the books and the Catalyst Ammo, and I've got a few, but there's no way I'm not making that. I don't even know what it does. Elemental reaction, elemental damage bonus, I don't care. Look at it, it's fucking cool. And it came out of the mask, I'm making it. Done. Forge queues. Like, there's no question in my mind that I should be making this. And again, like, I don't know if I've got anyone whose hands I want to put it straight into. Doesn't matter. We get more characters in the future. You've got things in your bank, and then at some point you go, oh, I've got the right weapon for you. I've made that now. I'm happy I made it. That was cool as fuck. And that came out of that treasure. Have I had it now?
Okay.
Shut up, you. Shut up, you.
No power to move mountains.
That came at the end of a quest. A mask you can buy from a teapot that's supposed to be the same mask. It's what remained of the sacrifice of Miko of that quest. Right. I'll have to buy another mask then. Just confused the fuck out of me. I'm doing the wrong screen again. It confused the fuck out of me. I clicked the mask and now I've got this thing, but Klee's obviously using this. That's not the best. It increases her speed and attack speed, so that's good. Movement speed and attack, because that's good. And then it's green as well, but we've now got this. Where's it gone? Have I not obtained it? Don't mess me about. Obtain. Thanks. I thought I'd lost it then. I thought somehow I dropped it. Honestly, I thought in between, somehow it's glitched, and in between there and here I've lost it. Now I've got one of these. Oh, it looks lovely. Doesn't it? It doesn't look right in Klee's hands, but it looks lovely. That is a catalyst and a half. I do like the books, because if you're doing magic and you've got a magic book, it makes sense. I think it's okay that the book's floating, even though you could be holding it. I think it's okay. Magic, catalyst, you're doing magic, boom, boom, boom. Klee isn't doing book magic, is she? She's throwing those little bomb things, so I'm actually happy with her just having this floating around with her. Don't understand how it works, but that's Klee's weapon. Who else have we got for catalysts? And I've got some good catalysts as well. I've got... it would fit Yaimiko, yeah, it would, yeah. I don't have her, the chuffers. I've got a Sucrose. But she's got the right weapon. Favonian Codex. She's Favonian. The Favonius Codex. All day long. All day long, mate. All day long. She's also got a Favonius Codex. The spare one. Just for looks. It's only at level 1. But she could also have that purple chuffer. I'd be happy with that. Do you know, she could also have that. She's not Inazuman. And there is a style difference. But, you know, we're talking purple. We're talking bronze sort of golds. Matches her hair very nicely. It's got an elegance to it. The black gloves. The black sort of rim. Everything else, it looks nice on her, doesn't it? It's almost like Lisa's been on holiday and picked something out for herself. Like, I'd see that in her hands all day long as well. So Lisa's got choices. Lisa can rock a codex, an eye of perception, a ring. That does thunderbolts as well, which this fires bolts of perception. So that makes me feel like it's electrified, very Lisa. I'll tell you who else this would look interesting on, because I've got one more character to investigate as well. Is the old Liwei Qixing, big cheese from the Liwei Qixing Ningwang. She's currently holding that as a colour contrast, like a Lady Gaga style colour contrast. I'm all dressed in yellow and brown, and then look at my big purple shiny handbag. Like, no, that might suit. Certainly is stylish and classy, isn't it? And she's got a lot more of the Oriental about her, although they are contrasting cultures, the Japanese and the Chinese, but like that actually might suit. So now I'm happy that she's got choices. This is definitely getting leveled up, and so is that at some point when I've got all the other things leveled up. So that suit, like, I'm happy with that, aren't I? The only person who I'm not happy with Catalyst, I mean, you're a book, aren't you? She's got the magic guide. You can give her any blue book, that'd work. Sacrificial fragments if you want. I mean, I'm not worried too much. Mappa Mare, she could have it. Looks all right. It's got that pink on it. I'm waiting for the right people to give the Mappa Mare and the fragments to. I'm waiting for a frozen Catalyst, and that's going to be Mappa Mare. Sorry, that's going to be fragments. Frozen. When I get a frozen Catalyst person, as long as they're blue. And Mappa Mare, I don't really know where that's supposed to go. Maybe it could go to Klee for the right effects, but the colour scheme we don't like. But I have put this on order for Klee. I've got that, the prototype amber. It's alright. It might change colour as it levels up, but it's alright with her bag, isn't it? Like, it kind of goes with her bag. It's not terrible colour match. And it generates energy particles. I don't care. It's just about the colour scheme. This is a bit too bright a green. I'd like it if it was a more dark green for her, but the effect is really good as well, the speed effect. Because she's a bit slow and cumbersome sometimes, so speeding her up is good. Oh, the pipe she's got on. Right, hang on. Yeah, in her hat. She got that thing in her head. She's got an Inazuman part to her. So she could definitely be having that. It's a very nice weapon, that is. Like, the Inazuma weapons that I've got so far are fucking lovely. That's why I'm tempted to go... All that said, all that being said, that's why I'm tempted to wish on the weapon banner. Because even the ones I don't use, the green sword, the other books, you know, that haven't leveled up yet, I haven't decided who's going to end up with it, I still think of them as being really cool things. And for all that I said about not feeling happy when I got the wolf sword, like, hello, I got a 5-star weapon, like, that's good. And it completes the characters. In that picture, Kaching's got a different sword. I'm sure that if you're a proper game designer, you must be designing weapons to go in the hands of characters to look good with different characters and maybe different choices and options. Please let us transmog them. Please let us transmog them. Right, with all that said, let's pick something off the list then. Let's do a story quest because there's not that many of them left. These two are involved in other quests. This one is in Inazuma. this one is in Inazuma. So it's either Ito or it's this one. We're going to do this one because I don't care about Ito. He's a chuffer. We're here already. Let's go see what's going down. In old Inazuma town with a new... Look at you. Ah, a new Candice on the team. She is cool as fuck, Candice is. I would like maybe a slight increase in her attack speed, but she does this... that throwing the spear at the end, and it feels really weighty. It slows her down a little bit. So there's just like a moment between the final attacks landing while she hefts the spear, but I really like it actually. I find it to be stylistically very nice at the end. Like the chucking up and the throwing of the spear, and it's very cool, isn't it? And you can, when you contrast that to
I hear you've got a job for me.
well, I haven't used many of my other pole arms.
Let's get out there and make some friends.
But I've got a couple. Have I got one more pole arm? Have I got one more pole arm? I don't think I have I? I think it's just these three. Oh, no, of course I have.
Just sharpen my spear.
So Rosie's much more pointed attack, and then it's those big smashes and the big swings at the end. Like clearing. She like clears space. Big swoops. Candice does the swoops at the start and then pointing at the end. So it's more direct, right in your head at the end. Toma swoops, and he's like cartwheeling, isn't he? He's bringing his attacks up and back, like up, forward and back. Lots of strikes, hit. And there's the power is that last one. 1, 2, 3. Power, and he jumps back. I haven't done the holding attacks. Which, oh fuck. Now we're doing the story.
Since we first set foot on Inazuma.
Oh, I wanted to look at all of them, Paimon.
So many things have happened since then.
Alright.
Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey. So, where should we go today?
Because I could have looked at that on the edit. You know, I could have just seen that and oh, that's the one for the edit. No, I've got to edit around this, so fuck it.
Huh? What's up?
Alright, Paimon. Who the fuck is this? Are we going to get in a fight now with all of my polearm characters, of which 2 are squad worthy, 3 are squad worthy, 3 are squad worthy, and 1 is a fucking little vimp. But that sword, why don't I have one of those? Where's my sword like that? That chuffer brings her sword out of her breast, doesn't she? She's got a big samurai sword. Where do we get these sort of swords with the shiny?
Hey,
oh fuck!
What the heck was that for?
Toma's gonna get killed. I can't do this.
Doesn't wanna talk, huh? All right, let's convince him to calm down a little.
I've only got 2 proper characters here. No, 3. I've got 3.
Nice and spicy.
We'll do it. We'll do it. Pole arms away. This is how they all attack. Then we'll get to see it.
You can't run!
She's much more big swinging arcs. Candice does the big swinging arcs. And then she finishes with that at the end. It's a little bit slower, isn't it? There's a little bit more of a space between her moves. And then certainly, if you're looking at this is what I describe as the mosquito. It's like constantly hitting you. Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. As opposed to tap. Stop hitting me. As opposed to tap, 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 tap. Like it's slower and more heavy. Go on then, Tommy. You can have a bash. He's somewhere in the middle. You've got moves. What happened then?
So you don't have a vision after all.
What's going on? I was enjoying
Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
Alright. Don't worry about it. I mean, you only tried to kick my head off with a sword, but...
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No, wait. Even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha?
No. Don't even know. Never heard of him, mate. Sorry, you're asking the wrong traveller here. Never even heard of him. In fact, I did once hear of it. Say the name again. Kaedahara Kazuha. Actually, I did hear... I think I heard someone talking about him over in Sumeru, in the desert. I've recently been to the desert in Sumeru, actually, by the way. Still got the sand in my boots, look. Prove it. I've recently been to the deserts of Sumeru, and I did hear someone mention a cut. Has he got, like, leaves and... Is he a bit of like a samurai type, bit of leaves going on? Blowy leaves, samurai. I definitely... If that's the chap, Sumeru Desert, mate. Out right in the desert. You go out, Sumeru Desert. You keep going. See the pyramids, big pyramids. Keep going. If you've seen the pyramids, keep going. There's another set of pyramids maybe later behind it, at the back. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. If you think you've gone too far, you haven't gone far enough. Keep going. And as soon as he's gone off, I'm going to go and tell Kazuha, oh, there's someone looking for you. I've sent him out to the desert, the chuffer. No, mate, I don't know. I've never heard of him. No, I don't know him. If someone asks you, do you know somebody by the name of, and it's your mate, you got to go, no, I don't know. Don't know. Never heard of him. Because obviously this person's crossed and they want to get him. And if you say, yeah, they're my mate, they're going to go, where is he? I don't know. I'm not telling you. Oh, yeah, I'm telling you. You're telling me. No, I just don't know him. Send you off on the wild goose chase, mate.
He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses an animo vision.
Wouldn't know about that, mate. I haven't got a vision myself, so I don't know anything about visions. It's not like I sorted out the vision hunt decree. Shut up, Paimon.
That's none of your business.
What?
Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway.
No, I don't.
I'm wasting my time.
That's right. As soon as he turns around, whack him on the back of the head, Paimon. Let's get him now. He did that to us. He jumped us.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize. Seems like a real nutcase.
Seems like we might be able to wrestle that sword out of his cold, dead hands, and then we've got another one for our collection, doesn't it?
Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha.
That's right, Paimon. Paimon knows how it goes. Paimon knows how it rolls.
Hey! Don't be mean! Paimon's smart lots of the time!
Sorry, Paimon. I just picked the wrong answer.
Anyway, just to be on the safe side, we should go find Kazuha right away and tell him to watch his back.
Exactly. But what we shouldn't do, Paimon, is go immediately to Kazuha. Because if this guy's got any brains, and he's got sus of us, he'll think the first thing we're going to do is go to our mate and tell him. So what we should do is act fucking normal. Go to the shop, buy a Mars bar, and then maybe see a different person, pop in the pub, and slip out the back, and then go and see our mate. That's the way you should do it, Paimon.
Oh? What kind of hunch? A special connection? You mean beyond already knowing each other? Yeah. Maybe a little. But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that doesn't really prove anything. Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so we won't get into any danger.
Yep.
Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there.
Fair play, Paimon. We'll do that. And I like the way this quest was introduced with a fight. So, that's good. I like the way it took me... That's the way I like a quest to start. Big Barney. Right, we can finish off our little investigation here then, look. He's somewhere in the middle. He's quick, isn't he? He's quick. She's quick. He's quick. He's not in the middle, he's quick. Rosie. Slightly slower. And with that big crunch. I like that big crunch. Crunch. And the big... And then we've got Candice. Slow, back. Like, one of those moves is actually a shield, isn't it? It's swing... Let me see this. Swing, shield, swing, stab. 4 hits. 1, 2, and then that's the big one. I'll just show you the charging attacks now. The hold where you hold it and you charge it up. Straight through, big spear, just like Rosie. That all makes sense to me. It's good for mobility. I really like... I've been using Rosie a lot since we got her, and I really like the fact that you can be fighting someone, knocking them around, and if something else is happening over there, whoosh, you can get over there quick. A lot like Kaching can take you into combat quick. You know, she locks onto an enemy and then she's in. I like that. What about you, Tom, and what do you do? Same thing. Same thing. They've all got that in their arsenal. And it runs through an enemy and can quite often knock them off their feet. So that's a consistent thing. It's just about speed. I like the variation in attack speed, though. You've got a variation in style, literally, in the way they're dressed, but also you've got a variation in attack style, even though it's very similar. Plus, they serve different roles, don't they? And mixing them up in the squad, you've got wet and cryo
Peace and good health.
all that business, that good business. But I don't know. Do I like it that she's a bit slower? I think it's good that there's a variation in it. But the negative is that I might say, oh, I like a polearm character because they do X, Y, Z, and then this polearm character does it, but slightly slower. But then she's slightly more crunchy and chunky, isn't she, with the hits? So she's a little bit more like a Claymore polearm, if that makes sense. Whereas she's a bit more like a small sword polearm. She's got a good weapon for her as well, hasn't it? Looks bang on right for her. Rosie's weapon looks lovely in her hands as well. That dragon spine spear, it's got all that story behind it. Plus, it's got a special effect that brings a little icicle down. You know, look at that. That's her spear, isn't it? If only the ivory was a little more graphite like her. If only dragons brushed their teeth more. had a brighter white tooth. But Toma, I've given him the tassel. And it just looks nice in his hands. It's not because of its good weapon. I mean, it's an average weapon, but it looks right in his hands. And when he finally gets up to speed, we might consider giving him a better weapon, but the tassel looks alright. I'm really happy with all my polearm characters, actually. I might give Toma a bit more love in the future. I never imagined the fight had a timer. Did I fuck up that fight and not kill him? Variety's king. For someone else, heavier the thing, they enjoy... Yeah, that's true. For someone who likes that. And I do like that style. It's like the only thing I found was that I put her in the squad. Talking about, let's reorganise these chuffers. I put her in the squad expecting her to handle a bit like Rosie, and then I felt that she was a bit slow. So for me, it was like a step away from something that I enjoy.
This world is full of unsolved mysteries.
But actually, on
Something's
reflection,
come up?
I really like it. The one thing I'm finding at the moment as well is I'm relying very heavily on Chi-Chi as my healer, because I like the fact that when she tags and hits, it heals. And when I was using Sayu as a healer, I'm waiting for that special to charge up. Well, when can I heal? When can I heal? And I want to see Dori in the healer slot as well. See how I think she'll sit somewhere between the two. But I'm stuck with this as a healer unless I give Barbara another big push or get somebody else on the squad. But my healer is the slot that I'm less likely to vary. Just really stick with Chi-Chi. But everyone else I'm finding interesting and different in lots of ways. I'd like to get someone else to pair with Sucrose so that I can make those swirls like AoE damage, swirling. I'd like to get another character online, maybe Lisa. Maybe someone from down here on the list is going to come to the fore in that aspect as well, to create that big circle AoE damage, consistent, you know. I see it on the YouTube videos of people doing the big damage. They just walk in, they pop all the effects, the big circle kills everything. You know, I'd like to see some of that going on as well, yeah. You can heal with Sayu, just hold E and hit the enemies. Oh, it does, yeah, I do use her. It does a little bit, but it's not like, it's not as consistent, I'd say that. It's not as consistent, her healing. It does work, and I do, you know, she was my healer for a long while. But I'm really leaning on Chi-Chi a lot more now.
I will bring my notebook.
Let's teleport. Magic teleport. Oh, I need to give her some proper wings, don't I? I haven't even dressed her up with the wings. Since you made it into the squad, you chuffer, let's have a look at your wings. That looks nice on her, doesn't it? Mind you, they look nice on her as well, don't they? I haven't got all the wings. Still got some wings to unlock, but definitely not having your basic wings. They look nice. All the wings look nice on her. Oh, I'll go for those for a bit. They all look good on her. Shame they haven't got any baked snacks, like a croissant or a pan au chocolat, eh? What am I doing now? Thought I was looking for Kazuha. I'm talking to Chow.
Hey! Hello?
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive after all.
Kazuha.
Well, we took the small vessels into Rito on a routine supply run, only this time, as soon as we entered the harbor, we ran into a huge crowd of Inazumans, all of them wanting to know about Kazuha.
He's quite a good voice actor, this one.
If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too, but I don't see her getting this kind of attention.
No?
Kazuha keeps to himself most of the time.
Kazuha.
In fact, there are times when he doesn't even listen to the captain, but she just laughs it off.
Oh, so you still don't know what he did.
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about him blocking the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi.
Oh, you've heard about it, have you? He's a fucking solid chuffer. Out of all of them, I did the quest. Inazuman wings were your choice. Okay, well, I might switch them over, because she does look good in all of them. I did the main quest, didn't I? And found out how fucking cool little Chuffing Kazuha was. And then the banner had gone. But I recently missed his banner, and I wished for Klee instead, didn't I? But, like, he's turning out to be a right good chuffer. Yeah.
Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be?
Well, out of all the characters that could be Traveler's boyfriend, he's Animo, he's got a sword, he's a cool chuffer. Like, Gravekeeper quite likes him.
Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense.
You see?
In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved.
Yep. Whatever you say.
He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryo Commission. They said they had something important to discuss with him. I thought they'd come to arrest him at first.
Ooh.
Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him.
Oh.
Seems like they really respect the guy.
Yeah.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable.
Of course, we fixed the Shogun.
Guess we'll go pay a visit to the Tenryo Commission.
We fixed that. Like, he would have been in hiding, wouldn't he? Because we had, yeah.
All right, then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
What crowd? What do you mean? Shouldn't you be moving the boxes? Shouldn't these boxes be on that boat, mate? They're fucking no good folding your arms. You want to get... I'll tell Bedu. I will. I'm not a grass, but these boxes need to go on this boat, mate. And if you're just stood there, arms crossed, sandals open, like, these boxes need to go on the boat. They're not going to move themselves, are they? Come on. Look, I could have done one for you there. If I come back here and these boxes are still on this dock and I see you. Chow. What kind of a name's that anyway? It's like dog, isn't it? I'm going to move that there. Look, Asano and Nosaki's names there. Now it's just Nosoki. Anosoki. Asnosoki. Asanosoki. Asanonosoki. Asanonosoki.
I will always seek to
Forget
protect
it.
the things
Just
that
forget
are
it.
most important, no matter what it takes,
About
even when
wheat.
it looks futile.
Just a wheat inspection. Just been inspecting the boxes for the wheat. Just had to take some of it for inspection. We're going to the Tenryo Commission. That's on the other island, isn't it? So I'm going to have to teleport. Kazuha's Canadian traveller. He's one of the most coolest ones, actually. Like, stepping in like that and doing his stuff was cool. I mean, Tomo was cool at one point. Tomo rose to the challenge. A lot of the people from Inazuma are very, like, not these people, not Ikeda Shushishu, yeah, not him. But a lot of the Inazuma characters, a lot of them are fucking cool, and this is why, even though she's not made it squad yet, I'm actually thinking this was a good...
Wait for my signal.
Good pull. We missed her the last time, but look, she's fucking cool as well, isn't she? She needs her wings sorting. Bah! Fucking yes! Samurai sword and everything. Fucking cool. They've done a good job on that. It's only her shoes, but we're going to let her off. We're going to let her off the footwear.
Something's come up?
If only you just do them some boots. Why don't they just do boots for all of them? Everyone can have a pair of boots. There he is! Talking of this chuffer, here's this chuffer. We've all been talking about you.
It's you.
Yeah, it's me. It's you. You snazzy chuffer.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree.
Were we?
Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation.
Well, since I fucking ended the Vision Hunt Decree, I should think so. Thanks. What were you talking about? Me, probably, since I ended the Vision Hunt Decree. Thanks for letting me sit in on the conversation about the ending of the Vision Hunt Decree that I ended. Thanks.
We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate.
Yeah? I don't have any comment on that. I just...
Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy.
That's right.
Also, I've been granted the chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful.
Cool.
The Almighty Shogun has issued a large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least easing, the tensions that have built up over the years.
He's got his hands on his hips, though. He's... Yeah, and...
The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name.
Thank you.
Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
Yeah, because we did that whole quest where we went in his head.
In short, there was once a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly.
All right, you're telling me again?
Responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class.
Very cool.
But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya.
Snezhnaya.
Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil.
Is it not Shez? I always read it her as, like, maybe I've got dyslexia for that particular letter combination, but I read it as Snezhnaya. But it's not, is it? Snezhnaya. Snezhnaya. Forget it. Snezhnaya.
We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper nor just. Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past.
Sounds good.
In the interest of preventing further harassment of the bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we
going.
chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
Whatever's, mate.
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the Almighty Shogun and the Shogunate at large. However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice.
When are we going to have to fight this big chuffer?
With the Kaidahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaidaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City with the Almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
All well and good, but we met a big chuffer.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode.
That's it. He's bargaining now. He's like, yeah, like, come on, and more on the table, please.
Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaidahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood. I do have a responsibility to restore their honor.
So, like, kind of, he's going to kind of leave, like, he's going to kind of be like, oh, begrudging. Oh, okay, I'll take the big house. Go on then, if you make me. I don't really want it, but if you make me, I'll take the big house. Mondstadt's supposed to be Mondstadt. No, they can fuck off. It's Mondstadt. Mondstadt. Yeah, I don't even bother with the D. Mondstadt. Mondstadt. I just lose the D as well. Mondstadt. 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 And it's Inazuma, and it's leeway, not leeway, but leeway, and Sumeru, and Shesnaya.
I sense some hesitation in your words.
All right, the names as well. God, like, I know because people tell me in chat, I suppose, don't I? But Chi-Chi was Kiki for a good long time for me. And then I just call it... the reason I call him Wet Boy is because even today, I can't really broach the first couple of syllables of that fucking... Jinqi? Jinchi? If it's Chi-Chi, then the last bit's got to be Chi. Still Kiki, yeah. Like, once it's in your brain first, that's how it is. And, like, quite often, you read things, and in video games especially, like in Breath of the Wild, are they Bobobkins or Bokoblins or Bobobkoblin? Like, it's whatever you saw in your brain when you first read the fucking thing. You just gloss over it. Bobobkins, Bobokins, Bokoblins, Boboblin. Just, fuck, you know... Leave it out with the funny words. I just have to deal with it the way it's gone in my brain, that's all.
Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Malicious rumors?
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They cannot accept the idea that Mr. Kaedahara really parried the Shogun's strike.
We'll do it again then if you want, we'll show him again.
Also, eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the falsehood that Kaedahara Kazuha was using a delusion began to spread.
No.
What? But that doesn't make sense. Using a delusion turns you old and frail, and Kazuha still looks fine.
That is correct. However, to some people, the idea of a single person wielding two elements at once is a more inconceivable notion still.
Easily solved. We'll just have another decree, a bit like the Vision Hunt decree, but now anyone who doesn't believe Kozazuza fucking stopped the sword and was using a delusion. Would anyone that thinks he's using the Delusion Hunt decree is now on. You put your hands up, right? You're all in the prison. You're all gone to the mines. Go on, away with you. Like... Easy solved, isn't it? Because we used to have quite a worse, more authoritarian regime. We can just start that up a little bit, just get rid of the people who don't believe, and then we sort of stop it again, and that's done.
This is just one of many similar rumors. I am very uncomfortable with being the subject of public discussion, no matter whether it brings suspicion or stardom my way. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
See? Told you.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's like you've turned up and they were like, oh, we're just having a chat. Do you mind just... You can listen, but we're going to continue our very important chat about matters of state. And then, oh, by the way, yeah, okay, now we're finished with our official business. What brings you here?
Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important thing!
The bad chuffer. There's a bad chuffer. Tell him about the bad chuffer.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me? No. This puzzles me as much as it does you. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through,
cool.
So that each can be fairly assessed for quality.
That's cool.
Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaedahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms.
And we think this chuffer's like you because we saw him fighting a bit like you, so who else has learned your style?
Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
So let's get to it.
All the more reason to watch your back.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter. I will first join the Traveler in investigating the one who attacked her, then give you a conclusive answer upon my return.
Let's go.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Well, you, in your dressing gown, telling me to stay... He's wearing a dress. And he's telling me I should stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
We'll go out and stay safe out there, tracking down this aggressive big chuffer. And you stay safe here in your dress, just here. In your dressing gown and your gym jams, or whatever it is. You stay here, indoors, and we'll go out and stay safe by finding the fucking chuffer.
The detective agency knows the most about what goes on in town. Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
Stay safe with this, you chuffer. Right now, run, run, run. I've just chuffed him. I've just done my dendro at him. Run. I'm going to go to the detective agency to meet another character that we actually have. I don't have Kazuha, but I've got this other chuffer. We've got him on... We don't have him on the squad, though, because he's got the bad shoes. So we don't bother with this chuffer. Because of his shoes. Honestly. Wait till you see them. If you haven't seen his shoes before, you'll see what I'm talking about. Ha. It's nice in Inazuma. It is nice. I prefer Leeway, though. I actually prefer Leeway. Where am I going? Down here? What? Where the fuck does it want me? Tell you what I did today as well. I set up the speakers upstairs and I listened as a test to Genshin Impact through the nice, my best speakers. Do you know what I mean? Like where you got your best speakers. Oh my god, it sounded fucking good. I'd never heard it so good. Like if you've got any time free and your best speakers, not headphones. And I've got good headphones and I like headphones and I'm into headphones and all that, but proper speakers. It was fucking awesome. Oh, this is the detective agency where my character's not here. What's his name? Shizuzana Kinaizu. Shikanoin Hayes. What's your name? Forget him. Forget him.
There, we'd like to ask you a quick question. Do you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Quick question. We'd like to come to the detective agency and I start asking you the questions. It's not how it works around here, Paimon. They're the detectives. They'll have to put us in for interview now.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara.
You only just don't...
I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
Some detective you are, you fucking idiot. You don't even know who he is. He stopped the Vision Hunt decree with his parrying of the fucking... You don't know who he is. Or are you just messing us about? Detective, go and detect that. Go and detect who the fuck we are. Go and work that out and then come back.
You are too kind. We are currently investigating an assault and would appreciate any help you can offer.
It's gone up to assault now. I don't know if it's me that's done the assault, because as far as I was concerned, I was kicking the guy's ass.
Oh? You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. I can't seem to recall anything of immediate interest.
Well, you don't even know who we are, let alone how are you going to know what happened? Let me think. Let me just go through my database. No, it's not in my memory. No.
Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people looking for him.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information.
Right, well don't go giving any of that out, you fucking idiot.
Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want. If these were more legitimate commissions, Songo would have snapped them up in an instant.
This is weird because we're here now. So if you've been offered millions of mora to detect some shit up and we're here, you'd think that you might want to pump us for information, but instead he's just spilled the beans straight up. Don't hire this detective. He's the worst detective in the world.
Millions of mora?
Yeah, what is it you want to know?
Whoa. Oh, wait. Even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
No, what is it you want to know? We're here. We'll spill the beans. Millions of mora. Hand it over.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
But now, let's make it all public for millions of mora. Come on, you heard the man.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on legitimate cases. We don't make our money by revealing details of other people's day-to-day life just for the sake of it.
That and you don't know fucking anything about it.
Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. Kaedehara.
Right.
But I wouldn't know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
You wouldn't know. You're a detective. The crime scene.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual?
Don't ask him, Kadira. It's like asking a board of wood.
The Tenryou Commission had very few leads. I thought you might have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention.
This guy hasn't got sources. The only kind of sources this guy's got is mustard and mayo.
If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
Thanks for clearing that up for me, detective.
Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
Well, it has with this chuffer. He's running colder than chuffing glacier water, isn't he? He's running colder than the Arctic. He's run so cold he's frozen over and stopped.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
You see, this guy's doing the detective work now. He's working it out.
I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. It would cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me.
He's sweet on her, really. These two. Look, Paimon's looking.
For the poor victim,
these two are going to be boyfriend and girlfriend.
This would be a completely senseless crime.
The Animo chuffers. Oh, look how he's wearing his nice clothes as well, isn't he? He's dressed up nice. If only he was wearing proper footwear. We let him off a little bit, because at least he's got socks, but, like, he's a bit heavy around the hips here with all this stuff tied around him as well. Could be a bit, but he cuts quite a cool what would you call it? Cuts quite a cool dash in his garb, doesn't he? Little low-key samurai with his little maple leaves. And you like leaves, don't you, Gravekipper? Oh, you've got flowers in your hair. Oh.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaedehara.
Kaedehara.
Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
All right, Riju, don't have to suck him off, do you? Calm down.
You flatter me. Truth be told, I don't know quite what came over me in that moment.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I completely understand your concerns. I will try my best to gather whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though.
Now he remembers. Now he thinks about it.
Let me tell you about it just in case.
Come on, then. There was this great big chuffer with a samurai sword, and he wandered into the pub and he was like, has anyone seen this windy chuffer? Is that how the story starts, is it?
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
Go on.
All right, then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same time. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato. The other, Amenoma Yuya, is a samurai from the Amenoma clan.
Amenoma clan. Amenoma.
Now there's a familiar name.
Is it?
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy.
Right.
2 grown men going missing at the same time. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the blade. Perhaps he is the one you are looking for.
This detective's rubbish, isn't he? I haven't got this on these lists. You should be out there looking for these 2 chuffers.
Understood, though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
But we'll investigate it.
Can't hurt. We never know.
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by...
Sounds good.
We'll go and investigate. We'll go and talk to the blacksmith. Sounds good. You can't do your own job for yourself, so we'll do it for you, chuffing idiot. Worst detective in the world. Where's the blacksmith? I'm going the wrong way. Bear in mind, he's the worst detective in the world. I'm going the wrong way for the blacksmith, so... Here we are. We've all turned up.
If it isn't Kaedehara Kazuha, what brings you here today?
Questions and answers, old man. Questions and answers. We've got questions, and you've got answers. Now, let's just go over to this table, and why don't you just put your hand down on this table? Because I was just going to hold your hand on this table, and we're just going to do that thing with the sword between your fingers. Oops, I might slip and cut off one of your fingers, so you better answer the questions right, hadn't you?
Huh? You 2 know each other?
Yes. The Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have always been deep links between the 2 clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects.
Mr. Amenoma.
Let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmithing arts in Inazuma.
The Raiden Gokaden.
The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty Shogun, and over time, further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen.
That guy's still banging away on his hammer. He's never going to learn the skills. Just making one flat sword.
Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amenoma clan has kept its art alive.
Amenoma clan? Sounds stupid.
So sad.
It is a great pity indeed.
Amenoma Togo.
In the old days, we each had our specialties. And just as iron sharpens iron, so too did we learn much from each other.
But this guy, he's not much of an apprentice, is he? Look.
As an example, the Amenoma art strives to emulate the abiding patience and determination of water as it turns stone to sand.
Means it takes a long time to get your sword done.
There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out, until both body and mind have memorized the craft, turning each motion of every technique into an intrinsic part of the bladesmith's life.
I mean, he's just hitting that one blade over and over again. What's going on? Got parcels. Ooh, Marlo, you're a clever boy, you. Oosh! I hope this is for me because I'm going to open it. It can't be what I ordered today, can it? No. It's, oh, I thought it was something for me. It's not. It's Inkage. They're not for me. I thought, because I'd ordered something on Amazon today, right? I thought this come... I thought that that was going to be that package then, what I ordered today, which is the needles for the decks. And I thought, no, they kind of, I ordered it earlier on in this afternoon, and they kind of got it out this quick, and obviously, no, they haven't. So it's just something for a printer for somebody else in the house. But I've taken the, I just have to put that out on the... Oosh. You've been listening to that fucking guy banging that hammer now for ages, I'm sorry. That's the craft, though. He's perfecting the perfect hammer stroke.
As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called the Isshin art.
That's right. Isshin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins.
He's really, like, the green... Dog's going again. The green, the red, the contrast, the image, like, it's really... Like, sometimes you just take for granted how they've absolutely perfected this art style. Haven't they, really? Like, they've really got it tied down nice.
For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extension of its wielder's will.
Indeed. Most samurai choose their blades, but an Isshin blade chooses its owner. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Isshin blade. It gladdens my heart to see that although the Kaedehara clan has fallen on hard times, its ideals and virtues are alive and well.
Yeah, the camera angles, yeah, and animation. It's like the cinematography of it, isn't it? Like, it's subtle little things that really stand out and work really nicely.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments, not by any noble aspirations on behalf of my clan.
Interesting, but I think we should be getting to the point now, Kadahira Kazuya. We've got a big chuffer to find.
But let's get back on topic.
That's right.
The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing nephew. We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew. I reported the case to the Tenryo Commission, but I haven't heard anything back so far. He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss on what to make of it, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile. All I can do now is wait for the news from the Tenryo
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance, too.
Yes. On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic look and said that he was going to give me a great gift. I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato after that. The next thing I heard was that a fire had broken out at the warehouse.
What?
Yes. Strange, isn't it? I wonder what could have caused it. Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind.
Do you have any thoughts on what Yuya may have wanted to give you?
Detective boy, this isn't even the detective.
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hopes up. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing, and can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality.
So someone's made a special flaming sword, they've took it off a samurai, he's tried to buy it, the samurai's come back for his special sword.
He is extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art of the sword.
And they were testing it and they set fire to the whole place.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be objectionable. The person we are looking for, he attacked this friend of mine. Based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only Yuya seems to match the suspect's profile.
Alright, it's Yuya and he's going around attacking people with his new sword. Maybe the new sword's got it in his head.
What? No. Absolutely impossible. Yuya is not that kind of person.
You know, maybe the sword's enchanted.
He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind. Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear, with neither farewell nor fair warning. I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me.
You know, you could have a few other, and like they could do the banging the hammer, And after a bit, he could stop and he could walk over to like the thing and pump the bellows. And then he could walk over to something else and, you know, do something with the rocks. And like he'd go in a little circle, or he could like take the sword and dip it in the... What they actually do, isn't it? Is they bang it with the hammer, then they take it and put it in the fire, and then they bang it with the hammer, and then they dip it in the water, don't they? You could have them going around in a little circle like that, maybe, just so it wasn't... And then maybe at one point he could put it in the fucking rack and start a new one. Because that sword, I honestly, you're going to take it into battle, you're going to unsheath it, and it's just going to fall in half. It's like, it's got to be the flattest goddamn, like the hammer's even going through the sword into the anvil. It's got to be the flattest. He's worn a groove in the anvil. The sword's going to come out. He's worn a groove in the anvil like that, so the sword's going to come out bent. Because he's like, oh my days, that... We do need a bit, just give him a few more, just give him a little routine. It's not huge. Just give him a little routine. Going around in a circle, take it, put it in the rack, take a new one, heat it up, put it on the anvil, bang it, bang it, bang it, put it in the water, put it in the rack. Take it, you know, even if just that. Meanwhile, you study the blade, I hammer the blade, meaning you derailed, I hammered the blade, meaning... See, I hammer the blade. Yeah, exactly. I've been doing all this stuff. He's been just doing that, and it's just that one stroke. I mean, he's got the right... If you want something nailed, like if you've got any nails you want hammered in, he's your man. But if you've got actual blacksmithing to be done, he's not really picked up any of the skills. In fact, he's a one-trick pony, isn't he? Good for the hammering.
Anyway, should you find him...
Still going.
Please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
All day and all night. No one can get any sleep.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Is he banging that hammer again? We still need to get the info from the Nagato family.
Yes.
Great.
It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other.
One more little
Let's pay
trek.
a visit to the Nagato household.
Let's do that. Let's get away from this damn hammer. One more trek, but then we get into the big fight, don't we? The nice thing about this story quest is because it started with the big Barney. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to finish with the big Barney, is there? It's got to, hasn't it? So I'm happy listening to a little bit more story, although I've had my fill now. Remember what I said? I got a comment the other today. Being too negative when you're tired. And I imagine it was because I was like, oh, what's going on? Where's my fighting? It might have been some other things I was saying. I might have been generally negative. I'm not today. I'm not negative. That's negative. What? It's not? Well, it is, because you said it's not. So, just give me that. Give me some of that wood. Yummy, 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 yummy wood. There's another one I can't say. Yummy, yummy wood. Yummy, airy wood. Yummy, yummy wood. That's, look, yummy, yummy wood. Yummy, yummy wood. I can't say it properly. That's how it is in my brain. Yummy, yummy wood. Don't you tell me any different. There's Yuzu.
That's my first step in becoming an outstanding adventurer.
Nice sword. Get yourself a nice sword. Tips.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now.
What?
My husband has gone missing, and I'm still trying to find him.
Oh, that's what we're here for.
No. You misunderstand us. We are here to help with the investigation.
That's what I said.
We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
And you better answer them, you chuffer. Otherwise Paimon's going to kick your head in.
Ah, I see. I thought the debt collectors had come to visit again.
No.
I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state.
Just get on with it.
Has some new information come out? Do you know where he's gone?
Just wait, we've got questions, not you.
I'm afraid we don't have any new information at the moment. We're still trying to find out as much as we can to inform our search.
It's a lovely shot again. It's making me feel a bit like everything's moving. It's making me feel a bit weird that everything's moving. But it's a lovely shot again, and it's nice and everything, but I don't think we need to bother with this woman, Kazuha. She's obviously going out of her mind with worry. She can't help us. Let's get on.
With this in mind, can we perhaps ask some questions about your family's current situation?
Oh, I could see it coming.
For example, Paimon's struggling to understand why a collector would be strapped for Mora.
That's a long story.
Oh, we've got loads of time for you to tell
Ever
it.
since I've known him, he's been an avid collector of all sorts of things.
I don't need to know Nagato's fucking backstory.
He'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited they made him, I was happy to believe that they were just extremely important to him. Everything was fine when we first got married, but as time went by, things changed for the worse.
He started going down the betting shop, down the track.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Started stopping off by the pub on the way home.
He lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. Just sat there staring at them like he was in a trance.
See, told you, the magic weapons got a hold of them.
I'm
We've got to go and
happy
kick
he has a
ass.
hobby on
It's
the
the magic
last day
sword.
that
The
I-
sword was all on fire. The sword was all magic and on fire, wasn't it? It's the magic sword. Come on.
led to an...
Actually, it did. You must
They've had a
understand,
row.
After I said those words, he froze.
And he went to go and get his
and was
sword.
silent for a long time. When he finally spoke, he awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell.
And he's picked up the sword and it sent him nutty.
His voice was so meek and pitiful that
He's tried to sell the
I felt
sword.
an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
Yeah, it's fine to set boundaries. I've had enough of your chat.
Had I not indulged his
No,
bad
I said I've had
habits?
enough.
And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me.
We'll bring him back, he'll say sorry. You just wait there.
The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire.
We won't be able to
and
rebuild
both
your
he and
warehouse.
the buyer had gone missing.
We won't be able to rebuild your warehouse, but we'll be able to bring him back and he'll say
I
sorry.
see. I understand.
He'll be able to, he might be able to sort out your warehouse. He's...
Ame no Mayuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the warehouse, and both men disappeared.
That's about the crux of it, yes.
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an argument over the price, but my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so...
Maybe he was feeling the pressure from the debts?
No Paimon, it's something a lot more mysterious.
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse burned down. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home. Even though I'm still a little mad at him. We're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together.
Good one.
As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf,
Huh?
I know we can work
'Cause
things out.
Kaiser is leaves, so...
Please don't get upset. There could be more to this situation than meets the eye.
Which is going to be that they're possessed by this magic weapon. Why can no one see it? Is it not obvious? Why can't Gravekeeper shout this to them? Look, we met this chuffer earlier. The main thing was that magic sword he had. Why has no one mentioned this fucking... Kazuha, the sword was all glowing. Ask the woman, have you seen a magic sword? Has he come home baying for blood after he's been handling a magic sword at all? Anyone mentioned a magic sword?
If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change so drastically over a short period. But the information we gathered from the other side suggests Ame no Mayuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to start an argument.
It might sound like a minor thing. They usually tie back events and information and extra info. Alright, so maybe this is like something I've missed from a back event and it would sit well with some other stuff. The 5 smithing schools of Inazuma, they sound like a random number, but Kazuha Story, the Inazuma prototype blade you got back on Kukia, is from another one of those schools. The Inadori Festival with Scaramouche backstory is also about those schools. Oh yeah, it's interesting enough. Like, I think at this point we've done enough talking, and I know what they're trying to say. Like, what's happened? Like, he even said at that point. So the sword is gone missing, and they went to the warehouse, and then it was on fire. Like, we've heard it. I don't have to hear it twice, 3 times, and I certainly don't need to hear this amount of talking about this woman's feelings about her fucking husband. Like, it's alright if it's main character stuff, and it's like, I don't know, I know this is a story quest, I have to, forgive it for that reason, it's a story quest, but it feels like we're talking around the subject a bit instead of getting to the point. And I already know what the point is.
This situation is getting a little confusing.
No, it's not. He's got a magic sword.
A little confusing? More like completely mystifying.
It's all become clear from talking to these people.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can piece together what we've learned.
I will do in your own time, Kazuha.
Rest assured,
not mine.
We'll notify you if we find anything.
Thank you so much. I just want him to come home.
Goes without saying. Let's watch them slowly walk away. I just feel like my time isn't... I want to do things. I'm playing the game, I want to do things.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance.
Do you think? Based on everything you've said... So what you're saying to me is what they just said to me. So that's what annoys me about this. I don't mind the length of a quest telling me information that's interesting. The summary quest, once you discover what happens, you should be able to target the root of the problem, yeah. Like, we guess the plot, we need to meet the stuff. And the skip button, yeah, well, I find it hard as well. Being a streamer, I don't want to skip too quickly because people are watching, like, they might want to hear it. But, like, I mean, I don't think a human person would have put up with that level of, like, maybe I'm wrong. Like, they don't, I don't know, it's just... Like, Paimon does it a lot expositionally, in that something will happen, and then Paimon will say in childish language, so, this is what's happening in the story then. Got it? And like, it's okay sometimes to do that, because if you're not paying attention enough, or you're skipping through some stuff, or, you know, they're talking long or whatever, and you might miss the main bits. They do it in blue. When it's something that you really need to pay attention to, they do it in blue. So they know that there's some words going on. It's voice acted, so I'm accepting that it's voice acted. I'm in. I'll watch it like an anime, whatever. But I'm playing a game and I want to do stuff as well. And when it's not even choices that we're making, when it's a story that, like I said, I know what's going on here. I mean, it's now me that's holding us up.
Likely played a part in how the situation unfolded, though its exact role is a mystery.
This goes without saying. Like, maybe it's because I'm an editor as well. Maybe it's because I edit, like, you know, I'm not like some super editor. I'm not like, you know, don't edit the fucking news or anything. But when I edit my own stuff, I'm keen to remove repetition. I repeat myself a lot. You know, I don't need to say it twice. I edit it out when I'm watching. You know, repetition is not a positive when you're creating an edit, because you said it. You don't have to say it again. This is what I'm annoyed at here, isn't it? The repetition of the idea.
Do you have any thoughts?
Do I have any thoughts? Jesus, Kazuha, you're asking the wrong person. I've just voiced my concerns.
Well, Paimon was thinking that maybe someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and,
You know, there's time that I could be fighting people. Instead, I've listened to Paimon and have a bad guess.
Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
So, my answers here are, they must have had an argument during the sale, the fire was to deliberately hide the truth, and we're still missing crucial information. I don't think that. I think that somebody's been possessed by the mad fire sword, the bad sword, and that's the cause of all this. And if we can get them and smash it out their hand, and then take it, and then I've got it, then I can have it, and that's the end of it. And I don't care whether the Chuffers go back to their fucking houses, or that somebody needs to rebuild this warehouse. That's what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing really loud and clear is that somebody needs to rebuild the warehouse. Oh, that's not going to fall to me. I've got loads of yummy wood, but I want it for my teapot, don't I? I just need to quickly have a bathroom break. Oosh. Now, let's make this clear, because I love Genshin Impact, and I'm a big advocate of the game. I don't pay any money into the gacha system. It hasn't caught me. I think it's a really, really good game, though. But this is one of the mechanics, actually. This underlying mechanic. This idea about time. You were saying it came out like maybe an event. I was just thinking when I was in the bathroom that... I was thinking that... I'm complaining, story. So this is a story quest set against the fact that you've just had all... Like, imagine no Sumeru. This is Inazuma. And you've done all that Raiden Shogun stuff. He's just parried the thing. Like, take yourself back there. That was so fucking cool. There was loads of combat. It was fucking awesome. Had a great time doing it. This is like an after breather, isn't it? It's like a breathe out afterwards. A bit of time spent in the environment, talking to the people and going through some of the stories. And a bit of combat as well. So I get it. Like, I'm judging it a bit harshly because I'm like, sat down to play Genshin Impact tonight. Combat trials, yeah, okay, they're done quick. Now what? Like, I'm still a bit edgy for combat. But there is something else that I'm importantly thinking about. It's this concept of time management, in that we get given the content piece by piece over a period of time, and they are obviously keen. It's a really interesting thing, this is, for me. The developers are keen to keep us in the game over a long period of time. We have events, we have regular updates. Like, that's good, though, as a game enjoyer, as a gamer. Like, I play the game, I want there to be more stuff in the game for me to do. There's always new stuff for me to do. That's good. Like, I can't complain about that. But it's also a mechanic to keep, because the more time you spend here, the more this is your main hobby, the more likely you are to spend money on it, essentially. The more likely you are to say, well, I'm here all the time, I might as well buy a Welkin Moon and maybe a couple of these packs for a couple of pools. And it's literally keep you in the casino. The more time you're in that casino, the more, like, they'll give you free drinks, they'll give you stuff, you know, they'll keep you there as long as, and that's how you get people spending, is because it's their main thing. Like, it's true, that's a system. It could be seen as a horrible, predatory, bad system, but it could also be seen in this other way, which is that, like, the thing you enjoy the most, and they give you the free drinks and the comfy chair and all that, and, like, you know, you're happy about all this stuff, aren't you? Like, I'm happy that I've got loads of content in the game that I enjoy, so this is good for me. But there is this aspect of time management, that they're managing my time. That, let's say an event happens and you're reasonably committed to Genshin Impact, you're going to go on and play this event. Like, you've got 14 days in which to play the event. During that time, is there 14 days worth of content? Well, there's going to be, because you can't do it all in the first fucking day. You have to wait 5 days for the next bit. That's what we saw in this combat quest earlier. Did all the things that are available today, and then the other things are locked behind a note. So they literally manage your time in that way. We're going to give you the things at different intervals of time. That's one way of managing my time for me. Not me choosing whether I'm going to do bosses or quests, or that's a different kind of time management. That's how I manage my time during the game. But getting me in the game and saying, this is how long the content is going to last for you. Here it is, you do it. Like, this is a more micromanaged aspect, which is, if we don't have this conversation twice about what Paimon thinks about the fucking thing, then this quest is shorter. And in quest design, in MiHoYoverse, there must be people saying, this story quest needs to last this amount of time, in which you probably want to have these certain aspects: combat, conversation, lore. This is a story that we want, like, your writer has got this story, you know, it all comes together, doesn't it? I don't know how many people work on this particular aspect of the game, but these story quests, I imagine there's probably a department, it's probably the, you know, a combination of story and game design, designing these sort of quests, yeah? And sometimes it feels a little bit to me, not being negative too much, because I do love Genshin Impact and I am having a great time just analysing what I'm going through today. Again, with this elongated, like, a bit too much words, is that it's there for this one aspect of watching it like an anime and not being, you know, an agent, and instead taking part in the story and learning all this lore. But in another way, it's managing my time, because once I've pressed go on this, even if I'm fast at running around and killing and I don't stop the game and do all this talking, which I obviously do, because that's my role as streamer, is to add this extra value by thinking about these deeper aspects and saying how beautiful and brilliant it is when it is, and saying how not bad, because it's not awful this is. I just feel like they've said this story quest needs to last this long, and as part of that construction of the story quest, they've used some techniques that have dragged it out a little bit, and you start to feel that, and I don't want to feel that. That should be removed, edited out, make it punchier. It doesn't last as long, but people have a better time doing it. So you need to think, if I was in MiHoYoverse, I think they're on the edge of how much they can push this mechanic of dragging things out with conversation that doesn't need to be had.
Right. I very much agree with you. It seems highly likely that we're missing a piece of the puzzle. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't add up. The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered, while Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person who is inclined towards initiating conflict.
Which could be even said in a shorter way, right? You could even say this in a shorter way. You could say, I keep coming back to the idea that neither of them would start a fight. You could, even that could be said shorter, so it feels like, you know, when you write your essay for school and you have to write a certain number of words and you go back over some of the sentences and turn one word into three. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels a bit like that. It's a double edge about time in games. We're happy we've got a lot of time invested, but we also like games that make you spend less time in one go. Like, yeah, different choices. Like, it is true that now I'm locked into this, I feel compelled to play it all through to the end. So that's a choice that's made for me by those developers, isn't it? How long this takes and how long I stop and talk about it. And it's different for different stories. Yeah, I think a lot of the time with Genshin Impact, I feel that because it's like this rolling train. It's like this rolling train now. Like some projects like Kazuha's Story, you get a certain amount of time working on it. As the developers, you're like, this season we're doing Kazuha's Story, get on it, sort it, and when it comes to delivery day, if it could be a bit tighter here, maybe a bit more playtesting there, doesn't matter, it's on the board now, it's on train, it's time to release it. And some of them, like, they have lots of different ideas. You see it in the different mini games that we go through for different events, like playing the fucking I was doing a drum festival the other day, wasn't I, when I was like doing Guitar Hero on the drums. Like, it's great that we've got all these different ideas, and again, like that rolling train, that drum thing's in the past now, so it doesn't actually matter that much. And like, there's a few things like that are really well done, and I think because it's this bigger project, there are a few things that slip through the net a little bit, that are a little bit less tight, a little bit, you know, if you were making this as a developer for a one-off experience, buy the game for $40, there it is, you know, it exists forever. You know, you might have play tested this quest through a few more times and decided to tighten it up a bit more, or maybe because it's this sort of game, they've actually said, no, go over that and make it a bit longer, have another area with a conversation because we need another 10 minutes. Like, you know, different decisions for this, aren't there? So it's not awful, it's not bad. It's just something that's interesting about the way that we're spending our time in Genshin Impact, which to me, remember, is about kung fu and combat. So it's different for different people. I will totally accept that. And if you're into this shit and if you're into this story mode and you like this pace of the game and all that, and it's my choice. I chose to do a story mode today. So again, I didn't want anything big and heavy myself. We'd just done the combat thing. I thought we'd bang something out for a bit, get in a Barney, you know, have a look at a different character. It's an interesting concept if you want to play strategy and resource manage, but the store gameplay, yeah, the outcomes were basically the same for everyone. Yeah, it's like, I don't mind if an event explores a different kind of thing like that a little bit, but they obviously don't go as far. Like, if that was your game, if you were making Genshin Impact the shop simulator and it was going to go out for $40, you'd spend so much more time and work making it a better thing Like, it's like they just scratch the surface of another game and say, oh, we could sort of do this a bit as well, but we're not really going to... Don't worry about that. No, that's gone now. Oh, but like you can have a bit of fun sort of doing this a little bit different here, like mini-game thing. Oh, but it's gone. It's that, I think, is definitely an engagement like idea, isn't it? It's like... you know, you look at other games like World of Warcraft and things, how do they keep people coming back throughout a season? Look at Fortnite, how do you keep people coming... Like, you've got your battle pass, so you're committed, but regular change and something new, novel, different. It's like having a free gift in your cereal. You know, it's like the toy in the Happy Meal. It ends up plastic landfill, thrown away, rubbish, don't care anymore. Doesn't have to be meaningful and sustainable. It just has to keep... You know, it's another little flash, another little whiz, another little bang. Whereas the story modes, I guess, are slightly different to that because they're a bit more in depth. Hopefully, like this, the shame here is I'm not learning too much about this chuffer now. I'm actually going on a bit of a goose chase over some dudes with a sword. An interesting story, but the story modes for me have the opportunity to delve into the lore and the backstory of the characters to enhance their role and status within our minds. So we're getting that here. We're seeing this character in action, doing stuff, being himself. He got praised a lot at the start. You know, if they're not careful, it can end up being a sales pitch where the character is made to look cool, and then you play with the character and the character is wicked, and then you want to go and roll on the banner. Like, don't make it too much like that. Obviously, it has to be a bit like that, but I like to see a bit more backstory and lore about the character, and maybe... You know, story mode, I don't need to go running around clicking this button so much. Maybe I want more of those animations. We were talking about the cinematography earlier. You know, maybe story mode should involve a little bit of a thing, bit of a fight, nice animation. Like, you know, lean on that aspect of it more, where you literally do take your hand off the computer and watch it happen. There's also making a bad result feel like a better experience later. Yeah, like improving things as they go on, yeah. They polish and polish each run. The drums one lasted where it felt like a separate game. You could play a little sometimes. Yeah, they get to that point, don't they? They like push it to that... It's in a way as well. Imagine being a game developer and working for Genshin Impact and you get the project of doing this random fucking thing. Like... It probably is fun to do it in the office in a way, or another developer might think, fuck this, I can't believe I've got to make a drum simulator when I should be working on Genshin Impact. But it's kind of fun to keep your brains alert with different ideas flowing around. But they kind of drive it to the point, like you say, where it could have been its own little game, and then that's gone. And it's like, what? Like, you know, if it's that interesting and you've decided to code it, why is it not left in the game? Why is it not like the card game that they're planning? Makes sense, doesn't it? More of that metaverse stuff, or maybe they're just having ideas and it's okay for the idea to not be the one that stays. Maybe the card game is the idea that, you know, in Hearthstone we used to have Tavern Brawl, where, or we still do I suppose, where every week there's a different kind of way of playing like it's only there for a week. You have a go in the Tavern Brawl and you can maybe, when you play a minion, you automatically cast a spell or something different and random. And if the game was to play like that all the time, it would fucking break the game and it'd be rubbish. But because it's just for a week in the Tavern Brawl, it's a load of fun. And you just like different rules, like wild card, whatever, you know, Tavern Brawl. And it feels a bit like we get those events where different rules, outside the box, whatever you want, and you can't, there's no wrong answers because it's going to go away. So... But if it turns out to be really good, that's how Fortnite started, isn't it? Fortnite started because it was a game mode in a different... Like the Battle Royale mode, the game mode, was different from the actual game, wasn't it? There was a game called Fortnite, player versus environment, building forts, shooting zombies, and then they had a Battle Royale mode that took off. Like, having these different experimental options coming and going are great, I suppose. You have to try and, in my opinion, you have to lean more heavily on the idea that if it's good, it could stay, rather than, like, because in Final Fantasy you've got chocobo racing, where you breed and race your own little chocobos, little chuckens. Like, that's in the game, it's there. There's pet handling in World of Warcraft, it's in the game. Like, not everyone wants to do it, but it's an additional thing that came along as like a side thing that is in the game. Whereas in Genshin Impact we get the things, we keep the little trinket maybe, but the gameplay aspect of it is gone. But I think that's where I think it might be more on the Happy Meal side. There's your toy, keep you involved, keep rattling this rattle at you, instead of the more substantial and sustainable, we are adding to the metaverse with something like a collectible card game. I'm glad that this story mode has made me think about these ideas as well, because like, I actually don't think Genshin Impact is that predatory, and I don't think it's that. I mean, obviously it's a gacha game and it's waving these toys at you, trying to get you into spending the money for the pools because you like the characters. You know, it's got marketing involved, even through its core. You know, the characters are designed to appeal to you. Do you know what I mean? A bit like Transformers were created to sell plastic toys. Like, they had plastic toys, and then they created a TV show called Transformers to sell the plastic toy, which they already had. Like, they've got gacha things, and they want to sell them. They could sell them through other means. This game is a mechanism to sell, isn't it, for that reason? So, but it could also be said that it's a really fucking excellent, cool game that does all this other stuff, and on the side of it is that gacha system, so they can make a bit of money. They're all on the same spectrum. Like, games are designed to sell so that their companies make money, so that people get money, aren't they? Like, the people who made Mario didn't do it for the love of you and so you could enjoy Mario. They did it because they wanted to sell units. So, like, that's the world we live in. So it seems really weird to me that certain games, like Genshin Impact, whilst I don't agree with the ethics of a gacha system myself, the finger is pointed. You're doing it the bad way. You're trying to make money, right? Just like every other fucker's trying to make money, and you're doing it the bad way. And it's totally legal, and it's totally fine. Oh, don't worry about McDonald's advertising their burgers on the television to kids. You're doing it in the bad way. Like, yeah, gambling is right. It's easier to point at and say a gacha system is bad because you don't get what you pay for and all that. We've been through those conversations. But, like, you know, they're trying to make some money from creating a product, and the product's great. As long as you, the player, feel respected and rewarded, and that you're not being tagged along and pulled along and rattled at and, you know, treated like an idiot so that they can keep getting your money. When it feels like that, everyone's out. So they've got to be really careful in what they do, haven't they? Like most companies have. And I think Genshin Impact, as far as I've seen over the literally months now that I've been playing it, it very clearly treads the line of very good piece of media and content and art and free to play and enjoy yourself and have loads of free primos, and if you want to get involved spending some money, here's all the extra bonus you can have, but you don't need any of that extra stuff. Very heavily, never felt that my time is being sometimes I do think I log on every day and do my dailies, and I think some days, like, if I don't feel like it, I won't do it. Fuck it, it's only 40 primos. But like most of the time I do feel compelled to do it. I enjoy it, to be honest. It's a little wind down for me at the end of the day, so there is that. But then the idea that these events keep pulling me in, I do feel as a content creator, as a streamer, I'm forced more to stream live Genshin Impact. I'll get to your Teapot comment in a minute. And I'll get to those comments in just a minute because I'm just in a flow, sorry. I'm just trying to drum this point and then I'll go right onto that, which is that as a content creator, I'm forced to go live more and more often in Genshin Impact at times where I just want to play the game and do the stuff, but I don't want you to miss it. Story modes, things, quests like we did today. And also I'm not having as much time to edit and like the thing I'm saying now, what I'm doing now is something that for a different game I would have played the game through, sat down and written on the computer a little thing about it and made an edit and put that up on the internet as a YouTube video. Like, it would have taken about a month for me to produce it and however long it took to play the game. Whereas what I'm doing with Genshin Impact is that time, that editing time, that thinking time, I have to talk on camera now and get it out of me just live, and then take that as a Ganji cut and put it on Ganji cuts, because I'm always having to come back and play the game. There's not enough time for me outside of, like, do you know what I mean? It becomes like a full-time hobby, Genshin Impact, because they keep putting out the content which we like, which like you would complain about if they didn't. So I'm not complaining about it, but I came into it thinking I would play the game for a bit and write a review. And I've never stopped playing the game, and I don't even have time to write the review. This time I'm doing now, this stuff I'm saying now is the review, and it's a never-ending review because the game's never-ending. So it's a series of interesting insights into game development, and this game in particular, but in a wider sense, you know, what games do and how they do. And I love it. I think it's brilliant. I think they're definitely on the right side of respecting me and not treating me like a piece of chuff. there are ways it can be improved, and maybe, you know, sometimes I'll be a bit tired and a bit grouchy and a bit more like, where's my combat? But like, I think this is great. Yeah, the battle event right now. Yeah, they could. Like, it felt to me that what you're saying there. Sorry, let me scroll it so you can see it's being read on the screen now. It's like its own mini game, and if it becomes popular enough, they could leave it in there. And I think like it's like the Spiral Abyss. It felt like the Spiral Abyss like turned up, and it feels a bit like there are some ideas we might run as a Spiral Abyss run, and then like the Spiral Abyss is used sometimes. I haven't done a lot of Spiral Abyss, so I can't speak fully on this, but it seems like it's used to explore or provoke in the like in Hearthstone. Let's say a card's not getting a lot of play, this new legendary card's not getting a lot of play, you can provoke the game audience to play it by giving them a quest. Play that in your deck, play a deck that uses these cards, there's 40 primos, you know, you can get people doing it. In the Spiral Abyss, it's like try Dendro and thing together, like if you use these characters together on this one please. It's like encouraging a bit more people get stuck in their mains. It's encouraging variety of playstyle. So it felt like what they did in this combat thing was a bit like that, like a Spiral Abyss turned up. If they like it, they could put it in, keep it more. Yeah. An example of where I see them giving it to the players is in the teapot. You could glitch furniture to create better buildings and decorations. Wild ideas based on a glitch. This patch, they just made it available to everyone to glitch items without making a glitch. It's now a feature. Right, the bug and the feature conversation, yeah. I didn't know about all that stuff, but that's really interesting because in coding, in development, in creation, in biology, is it a bug or a feature? You know, if that's evolution for you, isn't it? That's almost Darwinian evolution. Things change. If they succeed, if the change makes you better in adapting to your environment, you don't choose the change, you're just born the way you are. If you've got the good thing, then you succeed more and procreate more, and like, if it's good, keep it. Maybe things just come up. Is it a bug or a feature? And sometimes actually the best games that we've got, some of them have been built around something that happened, like some mechanic that, well, I've supposed to make the character do this, but instead it does this. Well, it can now fly. Why don't we build a game around the flying mechanic? And like, you know, all different ideas have come through game development. I'm sure that many game developers will understand. Like, often it's a bug. Quite often it's a bug, but sometimes it can be a feature. And quite often you have to look at things in life like that. You know, looking at the positive, trying to take the positive from things. Things happen. Like, they're just things. But quite often we go, oh, we see the bug. Oh, I'm angry now because this thing happened. This bad thing happened. Well, it's just a thing. Like, it didn't happen to me. It just happened. You know, my bag strap broke. Oh, my bag strap broke. Oh, now I'm cross. The bag strap broke. Now I can swing it around my head like that. Way. It's a feature now.
Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire. The more I ponder it, the more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
Can we go and have a fight now?
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker. Namely, that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Darn! We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
She's actually used the phrase that I use a lot, wild goose chase. You know, sometimes it feels like I'm going on a wild goose, and she's mentioned it outright. Can we get on with it then?
Let's keep going.
I'm going to skip a little bit.
If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and...
I get it.
Let's head out of...
I get it. You know, if we can sort it out, we fix it. Tempted to sing the Jim Will Fix It song, but it's really not appropriate these days, is it? Because it turned out to be a massive pedo, so... Jim will fix it for you, and you, and ba-ba-ba. He's a pedo though, isn't he? It's just a song. I mean, Mozart could have been a pedo for all you know. What are those dogs doing? Are those dogs fighting? That one dog's getting pushed around by that other dog. Here we are. Apparently.
Wait.
Wait.
I hear something ominous in the wind.
Oh! This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear.
Shush, Paimon, he's listening to the wind.
As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
Thanks for the exposition there, Paimon, reminding me of something that I'd forgotten, but, like, you know, just thanks for telling me what's happening.
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
Can it be the chuffer? Please? Is it the chuffer?
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in.
Come on then, let's follow someone's fart. You sniff it up.
It felt very much like that ancient presence in... Indeed, we should remain vigilant.
Come on, we're following someone's fart now. Oh, it's happening automatically, that's fine.
So it's an underground warehouse.
Well, hard to burn down then, isn't it? It's already down.
The force is definitely coming from down below.
Let's get down there.
The source of the Tatarigami energy
Come on.
Judging from the concentration...
I don't have to we know.
Mrs. Nagato said, hurry!
I know!
Could well be that he was already under the influence of...
Right.
From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters.
Tatarigami's the bad juju.
Most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Mr. Nagato
It's
had
exactly
an
what I
interest
said.
in collecting to begin with.
I get it.
Step back. I'll open the door and take a
Come
look.
on.
If we don't open this door, we can
I
move
know,
no
I know.
closer to- You needn't worry.
In a fucking conversation about whether he's going to open the door or not. Right, it's a 50-50 on whether we open the door. Of course you're opening the door. Get down there. Push him in. Kick him. As he opens it, Paimon, kick him in.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
I thought, oh, this is the burned down warehouse, I see. I thought we were going to go down to a dungeon and we are going to, like, domain it.
That was too...
All we can do now, 2 ordinary humans.
That's crap.
Entangled with the Tatarigami.
Come on.
Yes, let quiet your mind.
I thought we were going to be down there having the Barney. Open that down there. Look for clues. Follow the scent. So I'm going to do that, am I? Obviously I'm just picking this flower, but following his scent. I'm using the map, really. The map telling me. I can still smell it. Oh, it's that bad, look, it's that bad. Bad smell in the air. Literally, oh, got wet then. Fell in
From
the
this
water.
point, the trail appears to split into 2.
That's 2 people then, isn't it? You go one way, I'll go the other. Hurry up.
The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here, and seems to be dissipating slowly. Quite possibly.
We're going to search the area. Apparently. How is it not using my elemental vision?
Look at all those hilly churls. They're acting really strangely.
Where?
Something seems to be drawing their attention.
Silly Billy Hilly
Let's
Chills.
take a closer look.
At least he's got something to kill, eh?
Incoming. Cut to the chase.
How quickly I demolish these hilly chills now. Been waiting for this.
Life goes
It's like when
on.
you're hungry and you
Doing your worst.
turn up for your dinner and you're like, you choff it all down. It's hot, you know. Oh, just get it down.
Scatter.
Hilly chills, silly. Oh, more hilly chills. Silly Billy hilly chills.
Nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide. Not that they would want to. They're silly Billy hilly chills.
Propagate. Flee.
Gonna put my big lamp up, aren't I? No? Alright.
Hear my prayer.
Do that.
Don't blink. Hey.
Have a bit of that. Oh, now you've got the lamp ready.
Doing your... Scatter. Spring forth. Speed of light.
silly Billy Hilly Churls.
It's...
My lamp's still going.
Ugh, look at this red stuff. What is it?
By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written quite some time ago.
Again, he's striking against the blue of the sky, isn't he? He looks really cool.
Well, let's take a look.
Oh, God. No, they want me to read a letter. I'm Nagato. Well, that helps. I am Nagato. I was wounded by Yuma. He took my most precious blade. I chased him, but I couldn't catch him. I lay down here to rest because I was exhausted. I thought I was going to die here. My stomach kept bleeding, but some power has sustained me. He collected all the strange, bizarre things. He's sorry for letting down his wife. He's dead.
According to this letter, a conflict arose.
I just said that, you fucking...
Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato.
I just said that.
So, where is he?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami.
Got it.
Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the Hilly Churls.
We've got to carry on.
Right now, we need to uncover some more important truths.
He might not be dead.
If Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer we take to find him...
Well, let's get on with it then.
So let's get moving.
I wouldn't be for a practitioner. All the clues that... I have a hypothesis.
I don't want any more
I
talking.
believe so. On with the search.
Keep following the scent and look for clues. Hello? I mean, somebody wants me to jump off here and fly around, don't they? So... I think we'll be doing this. Oh, hey. That helped. Here we are.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
This is that little island we were on earlier.
Why here? Is there anything special about this place?
Magic door.
I'm not sure. But on closer examination, I sense that the aura may have lingered here. It's... Show yourself! It's no use hiding anymore.
Let's go. Good, finally, the big chuffer. I got my proper squad on now, you ticket.
Kaidehara Kazuha.
It's me. Oh, it's you. You had all of my polearm characters. All poking you. But now, I've got the proper squad on. Well, we've got Candice, but she's alright. And I've got Animo Chamano. So, you're going to be for it, mate. Plus, I'll be getting well eggy, getting wound up looking for you.
So it is the same guy from before.
To arms.
What's your problem, huh? What could you possibly have against Kazuha?
Paimon, now's not the time for talking.
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenome Yuya that stands before us.
But it's not, he's got the magic sword.
But what if instead of facing Amenome Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Let's get on with it.
Now that you mention it, it is giving off a strange light.
A sort of fight me glow.
Whoa! Surely you don't mean...
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects.
I get it.
The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years.
I get it.
Or rather, as a means to occupy.
You're sharper than I thought.
Well, it took a while.
You've already many years as a descent.
I presume it has...
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya. He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his craft. There was nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith.
So I mean about it being Kung Fu though as well, because what they've styled here for us, in a way, is a little bit of a Kung Fu story about Kazuha, a bit of the history, a bit of the lore, and then this bad chuffer. You know, we've had the camera shots. I imagine we'll get a close-up of someone's face before they go into combat. Like, it's not quite as hectic as a Naruto anime or something, but it's got that styles to it, hasn't it? It's Kung Fu stories. They set up a reason to have a fight over a proper sword.
And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me.
And now we're listening to the sword talk.
He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own.
We're gonna have to smack that consciousness into unconsciousness now then, aren't we?
In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So, swords can become conscious and control people?
That's the premise, Paimon.
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. But that gave me the opportunity to take action. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of Inazuma. Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my ancestral home.
It's making me think as well that, because this happens with other stories in the game, it happened with another one recently, where I felt like it in itself could be its own game. Like, following that sword around, it falling into the hands of different... Like, imagine this, right, as just a game. You are an ancient samurai warrior traveller, and you're come across, like, you know, this situation way back in the past. You know, the sword itself, you recognise the power in the sword, and there's a fight, and it falls into the wrong hands. And that wrong hands, you know, moving from person to the next, controlling the minds, going towards Inazuma, it builds towards a conclusion, and it's like a chase narrative, isn't it, where the hero is always chasing the villain, they're always one step behind, they're always just arriving, you know, just once, and each person that it falls into the hands of, you fight, like it's another step up, it's another boss, and then as they lose each time, the blade is not, you know, retrieved by the hero, instead is taken on by another, you know, like pass the baton. It could almost be like a series, couldn't it, like Game of Thrones? And it's all leading towards this conclusion where the blade returns home, the hero catches up with it, and you have the final showdown.
I seek but one thing: to face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Isshin art.
Ah, so Amenoma Yuya was not your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you've finished using them?
But instead of all that interactive, like if it was a film, you'd have seen a lot more scenes. It would have built up, and it would be like an interesting story. Here, we're condensing it into, like, you know, some text boxes, and that's the story, the backstory. So it's an interesting backstory, but would have stood alone as its own thing. Like, it's a weird way, like, in a way it's really good because it's so good, but in a way it's like those mini games in a way that could have become, and you're saying here about Genshin Anime, good point, you know, that could be its own, and probably is, from these deeper stories. And so it's like, in a way it's a shame they haven't actually taken us on that journey following the sword and going through the action, and it could have stood alone as its own story, but we've got it here as a little condensed version, I suppose. So it's good that it's here and it's a good story, and we're doing it, we're having the final showdown in a way.
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got tired or injured or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to Inazuma.
You're awful.
Bad.
After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver platter.
And, you know, if instead of these people just being names in stories, if we'd seen them go through these things, like, imagine you were watching the film and you'd watch these characters go through these motions and change, and, like, you know, you're egging on the good guys. It would mean a lot more, wouldn't it? It would have all that deep... It's a good story, though.
At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you. And by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun.
Well, we've already fucking beat her, so, you know, seconds on that, eh?
Kaedehara Kazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come.
He's not going to be into it, you silly bugger.
Now, give your body over to me!
Better have a Barney. Let's have a Barney. Here we go.
Propagate! Blade! Don't blink!
Oh, missed me, you chuffer. Have a bit of that. Oh, you scary chuffer. Right, let's see what.
Join me and summon that divine light.
Shut up.
Yield!
Just going to freeze him up quickly. And then let's see what. Oh, he's. Where's Kazuha? Wait. Kazuha 5. Right, Kazuha. You're in the sea now, you chuffer. Ah! Oh, he does this. Oh, he's cool. He flies up in the air.
History.
Ah, we're going to absolutely nail this chuffer. We're going to nail this chuffer.
Submit to me.
Speed of light! Hey! Blade!
He doesn't stand a chance.
Opening box of
The Adepti tricks. Where's he gone? Ah, push. You don't stand a chance. Magic sword or nothing. Oh, he hit me then.
Time to go.
Do your worst.
Join me and sever that divine light.
I run away when you do that, mate. I run away. Don't like the sound of it, to be honest.
Go.
Divine light will know.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
He don't fuck about, does he? This is what you wanted, isn't it, mate? The sword that fucking faced the fucking riding Shogun.
My way, or I will strike you down too.
What's going on? You just got your ass chuffed.
Your bluff's fooling no one. You've lost.
That's right, Paimon.
Lost. I can never lose. It is this body that has reached its limit, nothing more.
Yeah? What about if we throw you in the sea?
Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this man.
Oh, a big shark with a sword will come jumping out one day, yeah?
He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will.
Line him up, we'll knock him down.
The end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before you can lift a finger. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. My consciousness shall endure.
Yeah, this could have been like a whole fucking thing, couldn't it? We could have followed that sword around Leeway. Different characters grabbing hold of it and getting... Like, that's a whole... Like, you could build a whole fucking thing around it. Story, like Lord of the Rings, story of the sword. Like, you could actually just build a whole thing around it. I feel a bit sorry for whoever came up with that as a story. Put it in here as like a little subplot. And has lost it to the time, like, and instead of getting their Hollywood movie made with Indiana Jones and the Legend of the Lost Sword or something.
By any means necessary, and any medium available, I shall return and fulfill my destiny!
Alright, Eggy.
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin art, but from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a thinly veiled mania and despair.
Giving him the psychology now.
Really? You can tell all that just from his moves?
As I've mentioned before,
and he's
the
really
forms
eggy,
of Ishin
Paimon.
art convey the user's thoughts and feelings.
Like, you can tell because he keeps going on being eggy all the time.
Since the blade is currently possessing
Still there, look.
Aminome Yuya's body, its movements express the innermost thoughts of the blade. If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition. You believe I am your only hope.
And he's got your number.
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without you?
Something like that.
On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin Art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface.
The fight wasn't as long as this conversation, you chuffer. Come on.
In that regard, why would I ever need your help?
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess its owner. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't biding your time. You were trapped.
Oh, sad for the sword now. Oh.
After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak. to the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
And you couldn't hit me. Well, you did hit me once, but...
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Aminoma Yuya and make your escape.
So that's even a nice little twist in the story. No.
Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy for you to bear. Each step you have taken has come at a great cost.
And there's like a nice little subtext of moral and ethical ideas there, aren't there? Like,
I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth.
It's like got a deeper meaning, which is really good.
But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just one step away from achieving my goal.
And what would have made this really good is if it was like, let's imagine it was like a whole game in itself or a film or something. You could have had that same journey. Like, you only realise that journey has happened in the Blade. Like, the Blade itself has gone through this process of desperate ambition, like, to get to where it is and become the person it is. The character it is. Like, that could have gone on in the mind of the hero who was chasing the Blade. They could have become increasingly more desperate and focused on the goal to, in the final showdown at this moment, on defeating the Blade, they realise that they themselves are as consumed with the same, they've forgotten their family, they've gone all around the world, they've ended up in Inazuma as well, they've become just as consumed as the Blade, and their consumption is, or the thing that is consuming them is the chasing of the Blade, which in itself is what the Blade always wanted, isn't it? For people to chase it, lay hands on it, like there's like a yin-yang moment there, isn't there? There's like a reflection, like the hero has gone through like, you want these changes, these character arcs, don't you? So in realising it, the hero could abandon it at this point. Could abandon it. It would have made a nice story arc for the hero to have gone on as well.
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed countless atrocities and showed a blatant disregard for human life, even if you were to sever that divine light. Is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired?
And I suppose in that moment, the hero would have the choice to discard the Blade or take it up, and it would be that moment that sort of like puts a nice cap on it, wouldn't it?
You
Chuffer!
Sure, you
told you
inherited
to zoom
the
in.
secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
A good way of reflecting what I was just talking about as well. He was saying, like, you use people. And the hero character could have had, like, Traveller alongside, and there could have been a counterbalance in the way they behaved. With, like, they could have been using them because they have some key to help them chase the Blade, and actually they're using people as well, and like they've got their own different way of manipulating people, and like in the final throes they could decide, hang on, no, I really do like this person, and I'm not going to like they could show their good honour and grace in those final moments as well, couldn't they? Like making choices at the end as the hero.
Silence, you blabbering fool!
Sorry, mate.
I must achieve my goal. This was his life's dream, and the very purpose for which I was brought into being. I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly. But you also underestimate my resolve.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. Facing reality offers me nothing. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitation, not self-reflection, and certainly not your so-called reality.
We're going to have to go at it again.
It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me your body in exchange.
Do we get the cool sword and do we get to run around being all powerful? Because if you want, I'll take it.
How stubbornly you stick to your wayward path. I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty Shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet, and I will put your strength to the test.
What? Surely you're not planning to agree to his demands.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my power will more than convince you.
We just fought.
Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to Tenshukaku.
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release Amenoma Yuya from your control.
I accept.
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way to save Amenoma Yuya.
Let's do it then.
The cursed blade's strength is currently very weak.
I get it.
The power of the Tatari...
Just explained it all.
Even if we have a chance here to save an innocent victim.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance. Now.
Come on. Alright, I see. We're taking the blade. I thought we were going to go as like a duo to go and have a Barney with some hilly churls or something.
Kazuha?
Oh, leave me alone. I'm okay.
I felt a little dizzy at first, but
only for
a
a
moment. It's all right.
Right. So far, Gollum.
This was as I expected.
Lord of the Rings. Look, just leave me alone now. Come on.
I will. Thank you.
We've got to go
What
and
should we do next? Have you got a plan, Kazuha?
We find some enemies. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced many real fights. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, it cannot unleash its true power. If he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat situation.
Whatevs.
Wait a minute. Paimon remembers hearing about something from the Adventurers Guild. Since the Takatsukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever since.
Okay.
All right. Please lead the way.
What about Amenoma Yuya? What should we do with him?
I'll just leave him. He'll be fine.
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently.
Fine.
Are we sure this is a good idea?
Shut up, Paimon.
Okay, fine.
Teleport waypoint unlocked. It said. Which seemed a bit weird. What unlocked? Oh, over here though. That's where it wants me. I thought that was going to be the end. I thought we were going to have the big fight and then that was going to be the end. But this is now going slightly in... Like, it's like... Again, it's just a strange balance to it. Maybe a bit less talking earlier and a bit more of this final fighting sequence. Or intersperse the talking a bit more balanced throughout or something. I don't know, but... Now we're going for more fighting. Which is fine. I'm down to clown. We'll finish this off. We'll see what we get. We need to be smashing these crystals as well.
Yeah.
You got it in you? Yeah, she's got it in her.
Yeah.
Careful where you're going up on that rock. What am I doing? Oh, okay. I'm in your little... There we are. This is a domain then, yeah? Occupied hold. Gonna switch in, wet boy. Cannot switch to target character. What? Okay. I'm not allowed to switch. This is the bad little... Probably he's dead. He's not though. They're not dead. Unless we've gotten killed on that combat thing. I mean, let's have a look at someone who definitely didn't go on the combat thing. Kaya. Can't switch to Kaya. Can't switch to anyone. It's just fucking... I'm not allowed, so fuck it. We'll just take this... We'll just take these people. I'll still do it. I'll still nail them. I've got Kazuha.
Leave everything on this journey to me.
It's just... Oh, I've only got... Oh, I see. I've only got Kazuha.
Lucky day.
Your lucky day? What do you think? Whose lucky day is it now, lads? Feeling fucking lucky now? What's happening? Oh, it's all of it. It's all of that. It's a big lucky day. Oh, and it's that magic sword. You actually see the sword. Fucking hell! Look at this. It's all gone. It's all gone. Fucking.
How are you feeling? You okay?
Leave me alone, Paimon.
I'm all right.
Fine.
The blade
fine,
is
really.
performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
So the idea is we beat it out of the sword, and then the sword is ours.
Something else on your...
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
And at the end, Kazuha has to fight himself.
Time to go.
Oh. Not forgetting any other little chests, are we? You never know. You never know. No. No, you do know. Jeez. They're all just lying down. They're all just ready for it. No one's ready. No, we're going to absolutely nail them. This fucking Kazuha and the magic sword, look. Don't even look. Don't even fucking mess.
More. As one with wind and cloud.
I'm getting the swirl off the. I'll explain in a minute. Torches. There were torches in the corner. I was getting the swirl up.
The blade?
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting, he will likely break apart at any moment.
Let's go. I've got the cool music going.
But what would that do to Amanome Yuhi?
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily.
Come on then.
He's still trying to achieve his goal.
Let's go. That's the coolest sword in the game, isn't it?
Time to go.
Bad or not bad, it's still cool. Ooh, I like this. Going for a nice run up here, aren't we? Look. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. This is the music that I put on my stereo earlier. Ah, it's not a stereo. It's just some speakers, you fucking idiot. Ah. Have a bit of it, you chuffer. Ah. Fucking ain't hitting me, are you? Not hitting me, look. Oh, parry, watch out. Eat this. No. You eat this, you fucking bad chopper.
Clouds high. The birds come.
See, it's over. It's fucking. It is over now. Oh, he hit me. Can kill everything to death.
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
Is that how it looked, Paimon? Because
yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
The sheen's grown a bit dimmer again. It doesn't look anywhere near as impressive as it did at the start.
So now we're ruining the sword. Now we're ruining the sword.
Perhaps this time we'll finally have a chance to see his true form.
True form? What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, now it's gonna...
Is this the same blade as before?
What?
It looks like a piece of junk.
Oh, I thought we were gonna get a brilliant sword and now we've got junk.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat Samurai and Kairagi, much less the almighty Shogun. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken.
There's a story arc.
It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I've finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the one who made you. The only one who truly understood you had already passed away by the time you were born.
Oh.
Huh? What's that supposed to mean?
Paimon, I don't really care at this point.
Here they are! Take them down!
Oh. Hello. You've come at just the right time. Me and Kazuha were trying out our new sword.
Where do they keep coming from?
Apparently you shouldn't fight with this blade anymore.
Yup. We can help this time.
Don't worry. I'll use my own blade. It's just more of the same.
Here we go. You Chuffing take this. Devil word.
Wind strider.
Shut.
You win this battle.
You fought way better with your own sword.
Still got hit once.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, you have seen me for who I really am.
Yep.
No one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are the first person to know the truth.
He's a bit good, isn't he, Kazuha?
I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
No, not unless you're going to be super mean and impressive, and since you're not, like, you're just a rubbish sword now.
But in
it's
this
a shame.
too, you have failed.
It's a shame, really, because we could have had a good... I wouldn't have minded all that demonic power. Like, we could have handled that. Well, we could have just gone with it. Fuck it. Like, Traveller could have just said, fuck it. Like, give me the demonic power, and we could have gone around fucking carving through everyone.
Indeed. No matter how hard I tried, I could not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen.
Oh.
Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi.
True that.
And what a magnificent blade it is. Perhaps I shall never reach that level of glory.
Yeah.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
Ha! It's the swordsman. It's the person behind the camera.
What?
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these must be aligned in the practice of Ishin art. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenome Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition.
Interesting as well, which would come out in the, in the critique afterwards of the movie. You wouldn't keep driving this point home. You'd maybe write it into the sequel or something, but that's an interesting counterpoint, isn't it? The irony there.
You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Ruined the sword, haven't we?
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
Any more chests? No. Show a photo taken with the fallen soldier. Can't do it in domains. Fucker.
When I touched the hilt for the first time,
there's a
it's
chest
as
there.
if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been.
Yeah, I'd take the sword for the Traveller, yeah. But now, no, it's rubbish now. It's just a broken old sword. But when it had all the power running through it, yes. Give me access to the bad skills. But now it's just a rubbish sword. It's rubbished.
A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end.
You know, I thought we were going to end up with a flaming pink flame sword.
A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
But instead, we just got the battered old broken sword.
Wow. That was the Blade's memory, wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the journey. But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith, that they were still worthy of being trusted.
So that what... After that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Yes, Paimon.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path.
I know, I just watched it.
This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes. It is too late.
Good.
Time would not wait, or
Come on.
Seems to have...
Big speech. Time would not fucking wait for me, because I fucking... Yes, yes. Got to talk to this chuffer again.
When I once took the darkness.
He's decided he wants to be a good chuffer.
Since we agreed, but I still... So...
Hey!
It has to be done. My physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
Not really. Look at it. It looks like a load of shit.
His attitude has grown a lot milder. What do you think, Kazuha? Should we give him a chance?
Let's just throw it in the sea.
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. He told me that he had wanted me to have the grandest opening battle.
Now, if we fix the sword up a bit, and fix it up, it might be alright, but, like, at the moment, it looks shit, and it's acting like it's defeated, so it's not my favourite sword, is it?
Alas, nor have my fights you.
Oh?
I will release... You must have...
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has the stamina and will to fight.
Oh my god. He's going to get it.
He
No, I've got
used
it.
my body to inflict harm on others.
Bad chuffer.
I utterly if a duel can, I do not wish to be.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the...
Thanks for your help.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment.
Come on, then.
In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater sense of ceremony.
The sword's going to fight the bloke who was holding the sword for a final duel, which seems ridiculous. But I'll take your big chest. Yes. Yes. I'll take your big chest. And did I have to run down here or not? Or I just run up here? That's all the way I've come, isn't it? Yeah, that's all the way I've come. There's the big face up there. Ooh, look at your big face. Ah. I'm surprised that they're making me go through some sort of final bollocks now. Fulfill the cursed blade's wish. It's over there. Like, without me talking, this wouldn't have been 3 hours. This has been 2 hours. Without me talking. You're a designer. What the fuck? Oh, she's the net woman. Yeah, no, bye. So nets equals pets. Here we are.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash. Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, still.
Come on.
Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then.
Well, why is Kazuha doing it?
Successor of Isshin art, Kaidahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
What?
Honored to cross blades with you.
We're just going to cut each other's heads off.
It is my honor also.
No protective equipment or anything. We've got slight guardings, slight bits of guard. Like, he's not going to stand up to this. He's already had 2 kickings today.
Wind Strider.
Look at this. Successor to... What's your art like, mate? What's your art? Show me your art. Show me your art again. Show me yours. Oh, swing swish. That was good. What about this? Ah! What do you think about that? Oh, he ran off. Part of his art. Run off. Look, show me again. Ooh, the big strike. What about this? Ah! Can yours do that? Swirled up the sea then, look. Swing, 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 swing. Ooh. What about this? Ah! Ah, do you like that? I'm just going to go over here and pick these. I'm just going to pick these seagrass. You alright over there in the sea? He looks really well depressed, doesn't he?
Fallen leaves adorn my night.
He looks fed up, if anything. Over there in the sea. I've made all the sea go up around us now. Look at that. I made all the sea go up around us.
Thank you for the experience.
And the experience it was, wasn't it? You just gave up halfway through because you thought, fucking hell.
Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance.
Well, no, it still looks a load of shit, really. If we could polish it up and make it green, it'd look good.
His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains strong.
Thanks for the description.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
Stab him with it.
I apologize to you for all that has transpired.
He's saying sorry.
You need not seek my forgiveness.
All right.
It is too late for...
I do not wish for forgiveness.
Well, why'd you
I only
ask for...
hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone and not let them stain the legacy of Isshin art.
Whatever.
I strayed far. I beseech you. Please understand this.
Yes.
Thank you.
This blade has also told me that
now.
he has another wish. He would like to visit the Amenoma smithy.
What?
Maybe we can go back there together.
And then stab him with it. There's a message for you. He wants to die in combat with the same family who made it. That would be nice. I just think like, we've had enough now.
What does he want to go there for?
I'm not sure, but I think that all this is about to come to an end.
But that would be alright, wouldn't it? You know, if the sword had broken during the fight, and then we could have gone, oh. And then he'd said his last words, and then it was done. Instead, we've got a few more last words. But look, there's a hilly churl over there. There's a mitty churl. Look at that fucker. Can't leave that lying around.
Blade! Don't blink! With sword comes shadow.
It's not. That's not going to work on it, is it?
Scatter! Nice.
It's going to have the fries.
Yield! Grant us your blessing!
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Don't start with that shit. What?
Incoming.
Problems here. I did walk into this.
Too easy.
Shit.
Propagate.
What's going on? I'm getting electrocuted. Ah, right, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to just kill you dickheads.
Speed of light.
Shooting me. Oh, no, 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 no.
Cut to the chase.
Caught in the cooking pot now as well.
Don't do your worst.
Don't say that, Candice, because I'm actually not handling this the best. Oh, it's just me and the big chuffer. I need to use my healer, but I need to not die when I do it.
Yield.
Like that. Fine. Got it. Perfect. And then we'll roll this into the big one. Big heals on the way. Big heals. Come on.
Sacred name.
Fortune Preserver. And now everyone's back in the game. And we're going to drive this home.
Just a grave. Do your worst.
Magic sword or no magic sword, frankly.
Don't blink. Hey.
Getting eggy. It's gone in the sea again.
Hit with sword comes shadow. Speed of light.
Do your worst.
Get out of the sea.
I'll be
Got
fine.
it. Got it. That's more like it. Do a bit of that, have a bit of that. Now we'll go and see the Animo moment, Sniffy. Go and see the Animo Sniffy now. After that, thanks. Bit of combat. That's what swords are for, isn't it? You know, a bit of proper combat with a great big giant chuffer of a Mitchell. All electric and shit. Maybe, hopefully, we will get a sword, because all this talk of swords, you know, I'm hoping they're going to smash the sword up in the Smithy and make it look nice and give it me. I was hoping I was going to get the fucking, you know, magic one, but...
It's Yuya! You have returned!
Yeah, good news and bad news. He's been out there, like, offending people and assaulting them, but he's returned, so...
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
We tell him about what happened.
A prized Ishin blade. Turned weapon that controls the human mind.
Please, don't go over it again, mate.
Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji, from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency, tells me that they've found the missing Mr. Nagato.
Well, at least they're good for something.
Really? Is he okay?
Yes. Badly wounded, but he will live.
So you couldn't even do that right, could you? When you're on the murdering trail, couldn't even do that right.
And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story is a happy one after all.
Where are my primos? Where's my jamming sword?
I think I know what you want to do.
Get polished up and belong to the Gravekeeper?
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering in your ear again?
It wants to be thrown in the sea, doesn't it?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me for a brief moment.
He's going to stab the old man. Ugh.
What? No way! Hasn't it learned its lesson?
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for anything nefarious.
Stab the old man.
I have decided to let him do it.
And then say it was the sword made me do it.
Guess there's nothing we can say to change your mind, huh?
Thank you. I will explain my reasons later.
After I stab the old man.
Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
Told you get a zoom in on the eyes. I told you would get a zoom in on the eyes. Kung Fu Arama. Oh. Oh. And now we're getting the animation. Thank you.
The power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come.
Yeah.
Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Nice. Look at that. Look at that.
Rest in
Fucking
peace.
yeah.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order.
See, now the thing is, I would watch that cutscene animation, all of that talking I was moaning about earlier. It's doing too much talking. I understand now. If you made it into a cutscene animation like that, I'd just sit and watch it and just enjoy the shit out of it. It's the clicking through it and the, waiting around. That was fucking awesome. And that's a really cool. I'm assuming that sword is his sword. I'm assuming you can get it for Kazuha then.
His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin. It was the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness faded, was he willing to entrust it to another.
Seems like he really wanted to fulfill his maker's wish.
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. I've always been captivated by grand aspirations.
And then at the very end of the movie, you see a little twinkle of the bad colour in his eye. Oh, is it in there deep down? At least grand aspirations. Oh, is it really? Oh.
Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Interesting that our choice is to face the gods, isn't it? I never really thought of it that way. I know that we're actually visiting the Archons in our quest to try and find our sibling, but to face the gods, yeah. No, we're a bit of a Greco, we're a bit like, what's his name? Going across, it's a bit like Greek mythology, isn't it? Going on quest to face the gods.
Oh, Kazuha.
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Thanks.
Wait, shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation.
You can do that, I'd rather not.
And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
I want to know if we got the sword. Accompany him while he gives him his response. I don't think I got the sword. I think that was the story of his sword, maybe. I don't think I get the sword. I think he gets it. Your characters don't come with swords, though, so I'm assuming you have to win that on a banner. Surely they'll give us how to make the sword plan at the end. Like, you can't talk to me about this sword for this long, and then at the end see one of the characters keep it and wield it, and then be like, yeah. Where the fuck am I going? Up on the old statue with the... no visions in that anymore, are there? Someone's chiseled them out.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed, the Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amanome Yuya should conclude soon.
Wow, you sure kept your ear to the ground.
Then we needn't recount all the details again.
Thank God.
Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please, take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Ooh. Ooh, look at it. Fuck yeah. I mean, in terms of... we still have a bit of a grudge to the lady at the beginning. Someone did die, or... I can't remember that far back now. There was detectives even involved. That weapon, though, look. If ever there was a blade that was made for someone, I'm surprised they've gone with such... the purple tones throughout it, like those bluey purple tones, and in the handle, aren't that well mirrored in him. Like, he's not got so many purple tones on him or about him, but they're there on the blade because it's Inazuma, and it's got that backstory. It was blinding, coloured in purple. But if there's ever a blade that was made for a chuffer, look, it's a fucking cool weapon, and it's his, isn't it? But it's a fucking cool weapon. It's the wrong colour scheme for a kipper, but look at it. I'm just going to look at it a little bit longer before we skip on, because I think that's the last time I ever get to look at it. There it is again.
Kagotsurube Ishin. A weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan.
Put more cool swords in the game, please, thank you. Make me available them to me on free-to-play wishes for me, thank you, please.
By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art.
Get Kazuha restoring a few more swords up for us. Let's get some... Look, I mean, look at it. Let's get some fucking transmog on the swords. Let's allow us to change the colours of the swords.
And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path.
Oh, and I see, now he's all in. Before he was worried about whether he was going to... I remember we had this conversation with this dude, didn't we? And he was like, oh, are you going to have the big house and are you going to take on the role? And he's like, fuck yeah, I am. Look, have you seen my fucking sword?
Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not our intent.
I am aware, but I still desire to continue walking my own path.
Very well, I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised.
So he gets the best of both worlds.
However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to next, Kazuha?
So he's not taking up the offer, he's doing what he wants, but he is a fucking bladesmith, so...
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now.
You taking the sword with you, you fucker?
As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Proper animo character, lovely finishing shot with the moonlight. It's lovely, isn't it? Well done. There were some real moments in that. That was like you just edit out some of the flabby, you know, the extremities, the loose bits. You edit them out and you just tighten it up. And in some way, it's hard to get that backstory of the sword and the journey the sword's gone on. That instead of telling us that as script, show us those moments with those really cool animations, like we got for Kazuha at the end. We could have had 3 of those animation moments, the story of the sword, another bit here and there. Like, you could have had more animation and less talky, clicky, clicky. But there was enough combat, and I didn't even pay any attention to what I just got as a reward. So I assume I got some primos, hooray. But did I get like a new recipe or some shit. Inventory. Look at my inventory. Did I get a sword thing? Have I got a recipe for a sword? Have I just got the fucking sword? Ooh, no. No, they haven't, have they? Oh, my days. Oh, no way. No. I pressed the wrong button now, I'm so excited. They haven't, I would have assumed you at least have to craft it or, you know, collect a million fucking Valberries to craft it with. They haven't just give it me. Fucking look at it. It's like the Transformer sword. It's the wrong colours for her. But it looks fucking awesome, and now it's I've got it. It's only a 4-star. Just a surprise after all that. I'd have thought after all that, the way you took off with it, I'd have thought you'd have to roll on a banner, and like, it's definitely fucking cool for Kazuha to just get gifted the sword like that at the end. That's what I mean. That's really good. That's really even if you don't get Kazuha the character, to go on a quest, a story quest, and at the end of it you get a fucking, not just primos, but the thing. That's how I feel like when we meet some of the characters in game. You know, we go through story quests with them, and at the end of it we didn't win Jean, or we didn't win, like Lisa we do, the hot chef we do. Like, you know, there are some characters you feel like you get because you meet them in game and you go through the process with them. Like Ningwang and the Cheesing we didn't. We did all that stuff with them, and at the end we had to roll for them, but the sword, there, mine, lovely. Kipper can't ever use that. It's just totally the wrong colour for her. Don't know what they're thinking. I need to be able to transmog that. I need to be able to tone that down for Kipper. Who's going to get to wield this then? First thoughts on my mind are... I mean, she can have a bash, can't she? It's a bit red. She's a bit more plums and purples, but it's got the purple in it and it's got the red. I mean, she could have a bash, couldn't she? Certainly someone's going to have to get this. When a normal charged or plunging attack hits an opponent, it will whip up a hewing gale, dealing AoE damage of 180% of attack, and increasing attack by 15% for 8 seconds. Plunging, normal, or charged. Attack over attack as a percentage. Lovely. Drooling over it. Look at that fucking sword. Yeah, she can have a go on that. Immediately thinking that. And then that leaves the other cool sword that she had that Kipper can now have, yeah? See, that's fine, isn't it? That Kipper can have a go on that. That works, doesn't it? Kipper gets an upgrade. It's not an upgrade yet because it hasn't been ascended yet, but when Kipper gets that in her hands, she'll be happy with that. And that, I know I haven't got the right character for it, have I? I need the right character. Who else has got a little sword? Let me have a laugh. Let me have a laugh. Never. You're never having it. Never getting that, you chuffer. He's got cold steel, and that's the closest he's getting to a good weapon. He's only getting that because I'm gracious. Cool steel. He should have that, really, you fucking knobhead. Benny. Benny's adventure team. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. Yeah. Now, I'll tell you what. Ooh. Now, that does look good, doesn't it? It's all the right colours. He's got... It picks out his shorts nicely. Benny's adventure team. The only thing it doesn't suit is his personality, because he's a bit of a klutz. Oh, that's too nice a sword for Benny, isn't it? I want something that if you dropped it, I don't care. But, oh, that does look good with Bennett. I will concede. At the moment, I've just given him that because fucking, you know, he's not even on the list yet, is he? But now that doesn't look right. So it might be that he gets that. And that means that she gets the samurai sword again. And that means that Gravekipper gets pumped down the list. But I'm still quite happy with this as an arrangement here. Like, the purple really goes nicely with her, even if the red doesn't. But the red contrasts nicely with her hair. And, like, it's all a bit special. So I quite like that. But it does. Bennett. They're throwing swords at me now. I fucking love it. This is brilliant. This is what I was looking... At this point in the game, I'd even considered wishing on the weapon banner, hadn't I? Because I was saying that I've got cool characters and I'm looking for the right weapons for them. And now it's throwing me weapons. Fucking love it. Genshin Impact 10 out of 10. that sword. Doesn't suit him, but 10 out of 10 the sword. We need to be able to... All you need is a couple of sliders there. Or a couple of buttons. Like, just give me 2 different colour schemes, 3 different colour schemes. I don't have to be able to change everything. Just give me like a, think out about them in terms of the characters that could hold them, and give me some different colour schemes. And you just press the button. Where's that? But other than that, I'm sword boner. He's having that, obviously. He's got a level... His is level 90, that. And I've got another one. That's it upgraded. That's it standard. Upgraded. And standard. Now, I could use the standard to refine that, couldn't I? But we're holding on to that still. That's that super sword. Now we've got options. Instinctively, I feel like, because Bennett's not in the team, at the moment, it does look best. The colour scheme is best for Bennett and his shorts. Those 2 things go really well together. Gravekeeper. Kipper. It's like Keeper, but it's the name of a fish as well. And it's the name of when you go to sleep. Kipper. But yes, Keeper. Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper could get the Favonius. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I like the curve. I don't like the Favonius sword on any of them that much for the straightness of it. Although Chi-Chi suits a nice little straight sword. But Kipper, I'm doing it now. Gravekeeper, that's me. I'm the Gravekeeper. You see how she, like, her line is all flow. Her dress flows. There's like curves, her hair, her head shape, other womanly shapes. There's a lot of flow and curve to it. And I find that when I give her a straight sword, like, it's alright. It just looks a bit like contrasting, that straightness across her. Like, whereas when I switch it, even the fillet blade, I like the fillet blade for this reason, is it's got that curve to it. And it kind of, like, feels nicer to me. That looks loopy on her. It looks like she's like one of those cars with the funny spoiler on the back. I like the colour scheme here as well, picking out this yellow that matches up with her hair. That's alright in it. The problem is, I'm thinking now Bennett gets this sword, right? I'm thinking Bennett gets this sword. But for now, he doesn't have to have it. He's definitely not having that, I'll tell you that. He's definitely not having that. Get that out of your hands. For now, he doesn't have to have it. But long term, I think it really goes nicely with him. If we get a different sword, he might be able to get different options because he's got green eyes. We maybe get something that, also goes nicely. Maybe this goes green when you level it up and it picks out his eyes. Maybe it doesn't. At the moment, he can have that. She can have the fucking cool new sword. We're going to have to level these swords up. It's going to take a lot of grind. But Kipper can have a samurai sword. Because I've wanted Kipper to upgrade her sword for a while. So this is the best way of balancing it out. But I could also see this sword dropping back into the hands of Kuki Shinobi. And there's the comparisons. I could also see the ninja getting the samurai sword. Just dropping that back, ending that up with Bennett. Maybe Traveller gets something else in the future. They surely must understand that having a collection of cool swords for your main character is cool. So we're surely going to get more of these cool swords. But I'm really, like, that feels like such a huge win to me. It's like getting a 5-star on the banner or something. Like, actually, I thought that at the end of the quest, it would give you a path to the sword. Maybe a plan so you could make it at the blacksmith if you had like 1 million of these fucking things. Or maybe it's in the weapon banner. But we get the sword. Fucking love it. It would push more people to pull weapons, yeah. It's an issue as well, isn't it? Because we don't want to wish... I think maybe we'd have to put these in with the banners. Like it would make more sense to me. I don't want to wish on a separate weapon banner, like two different... I haven't got enough primos. For this, why aren't there weapons included in the banner? So that I roll, and as my 4-star, I get the weapons as well. Like, surely... up the weapons as well, in this banner. so that you're inclined to wish for the main one, but along the way you get these little chuffers and their weapon things. Like, that would make sense to me. Why is it a separate banner there? And none of it that I want. Just the one thing. Is what it is, I suppose. Can't complain. I've got a fucking great sword. I'm not going to be moaning. I've done enough fucking talking, I'll tell you that. I'm not going to start off 4 hours in, start moaning. It was good and free forever. We have this cool thing. Invest in this game. Yeah, like, it's R1, but with full effect, so you don't need 5. Oh, right, hang on. Oh, yeah. Refinement rank 1. Maximum reached, max 180%. Yeah. Don't have to mess about. That's nice. Like, that's exactly what you're right. Exactly what you're saying. Time invested in the game and the story, and you get the reward that's tied into the thing you did. Like, that's the way that should work. World of Warcraft, you got the idea of like, you get all this random loot, and then the one thing that you really want sometimes drops, so you have to do it over and over. But at least it's tied in with the thing that you're doing, isn't it? Like, all that other loot, though, I never understand, like, you know, where all this shit's coming from, but you have to do it over and over until you get the thing you want. But, like, I like, you know, if we'd done that in anything like that, drop that jade chamber on the fucking sea monster, put Ningguang in your squad. Like, it's a reward related to the thing you've just done. Anything like that I think is really good. And it's also, there's another reason why it's good than just I'm like my sword and I'm happy I got my sword, is you're right, you're investing time in the game, yeah? And we were talking earlier about tricks that... Now, this is a real good, interesting way to finish this off. We were talking throughout this process about tricks, maybe tricks, or what would you call them? Not mechanics, I guess. Like, the ways that they try and get you to play the game more and stay in the game. Predatory mechanics, that's the idea. It's predatory. And we were saying about different ways it could or could not be predatory, and what we liked and what we didn't like about certain aspects. And one of the things that this does is you've invested your time into the game and you've been given this special reward that you actually value. Like, you actually think is good. Like, they know it's good. It's a 4-star refinement rank 1, but up to max. It's got a cool effect. It looks fucking cool. Like, they know it's good. And so what you've got there is you've invested your time and you've been rewarded. So that's psychology 101. You know, reward the good behaviour that you want to increase. You've invested your time, you've been rewarded. That's, you know, 101. But on top of that is, in 5 or 10 years, maybe not 10 years, you know, maybe 10 years is a long time in video game worlds, but maybe in a year's time, you know, you're going to look back at items that are in your inventory, and I haven't got loads of them because I've only just been going for a few months, but already I've got a few. I've got my little mini ceiling, I've got this thing, and even silly things like the camera or the parametric transformer, are like things that I picked up along the way that I build up in a collection, and I look at and think, oh, like, I've got that drum because I did that event. Like, that's me and my friends. Like, me and the game is my friend, and I've got a memento of it being my friend. Like, do you know what I mean? That's me and my friends did that drum back. Do you remember when we did this? Do you remember? Me and my friends, you, the community, everyone else that plays the game has the drum that shared the experience. You know, like, it's like a souvenir of the experience that we shared, isn't it? A little souvenir, and they get that right. Like, they actually totally get that right. Little souvenirs, aren't they, of the thing we did? And so the sword itself is also a like the characters, you remember when you got them and started putting them in your team and all that. But this weapon is a special moment in the game that you're going to look back on and remember. The same with my dragons. I was even saying it earlier, that her spear was cool because it did a special effect. There's not many dragon teeth around, are there? Like, that's a unique moment in the game that I've enjoyed and is a part of my memory. That's my souvenir of it. We all get the same little Eiffel Tower memento when we go to the Eiffel Tower. We've all got a postcard of the Leaning Tower of Pisa when we went to the... But we all have similar memories. It's like individual for us all though, isn't it? Our moment when we went to do that and saw that, and we've got our little sticker that's on the fridge. Like it ties in more than just doing the game, because like that's your like pin on the map. That's your little landmark moment. That's an emotional, not emotional, I'm going to cry, but like positive, happy. I was chuffed with it. You go through all the rigmarole of wishing for stuff, and then it just gives you that. And like that's like recently they gave us like hundreds of free primos and little thank you messages. That's like that. That's, you know, but it's in the game, isn't it? It's more organic and real in the game. When I got that cool sword, I'm really happy with that as a full concept. Like they've done a really good job on it. They've made the sword cool, they made the story cool, they made the backstory for the sword cool, and then we got to do the fighting, and it was a little bit long and could have had a little bit more animation in there, you know, a little bit more cutscene coolness. When they did the cutscene, I love putting everything down and watching the cutscene, and finally to top it off by just chuff there, bang, wallop, have the sword. Like, they've done a good job on that. This has been a good episode. I feel like I've, you know, sometimes you play a game for a bit and you're like, oh, did I even achieve anything? Like earlier on I was showing you my grind, and like her talents are at level 6 now, but they were at level 5 before, or 4. It just like, have I really achieved anything? But today we've got the sword, haven't we? And that's nice. I'm dead chuffed. I'm actually happy with that. Like, it feels like, because we were talking about Genshin Impact and their perception, or my perception that they might be trying to eke out my time or waste my time, so that I stayed in their game longer, wanting more and more cool stuff, not being able to have it. And instead it's a bit the opposite, isn't it? As a free sword, I hope at least one chapter on the Inazuma season for the anime. It's good and free forever here. This is a cool thing. Yeah, I read that one, didn't I? I like all those cutscenes. I think, like, part of the process of playing the game is that you feel like you're living an anime. Like you're part of the process. You know, it is a bigger thing than that in a way, isn't it? But, you know, you're playing the movie, aren't you? You're an agent, an active role in it. And the more of those excellent cutscenes they bring in, the more you actually feel that. Because, like, I don't need to click through and have Paimon saying it and me click, click. I'd rather have it, like, cool anime. Yeah. It's been over 4 hours, but I'm well pleased with that. It's a good episode, a good achievement. I want to know if we've got any books. We did get a few books as well. She's celebratory book splurge. She's 86, creeping up there to 90. I'm pushing them to 90s. We've got our first one, the Wet Boy, and she's going to get there too. I'm going to push them to 90s. Yeah, definitely. And we're still on the grind for... Collie just hit 8. She got ascended today, but Doritos needs a few books.
Huh?
She'll get them. She'll get them. And when she's got them, I need 40 of these. But we'll get there. And the other one is... Where's she gone? The chuffer. Candice, isn't it? She's in the main squad now. We've been rocking her today. But she could still do with 20 of these and a few more chunks of blue to push her up beyond 70. And then again, another fucking 70 of them or whatever it'll be, won't it? But we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. My grind at the moment is more on picking flowers and mushrooms and shit again than it is finding necessary materials, because materials are easy. They're just boss runs, aren't they? But, you know, finding chuffing lotuses and red crests is a bit more of a chuffer. It's been a good one today. It's been good. I'm happy. You're happy. You've been good. We've got a brand new sword. In fact, let's seal the deal just by wielding the sword. Let's wield that bad boy.
What'd they do this?
It looks fucking cool, doesn't it? It's all red. It's glowing as well, isn't it? Looks nice in her hands. I wonder if I could get a red sword character. I mean, it's also got a lot of Inazuma about it as well, hasn't it? And she is Inazuma. It's Kazuha's really. Like, if I get Kazuha, all conversation ends and it goes in his hands. Unless he's got a different sword. I'm very happy with that. Big win. Big win. So you be good, my little puckos. And if you can't be good, you're naughty.